I got. You may begin bowling for score. Please turn in your sheets after you move to your next game, your next lane, to know where that next happening. And we will start posting standings as soon as that first game is over. Good luck and high score, bowlers. One last reminder, bowlers, today's format is a round-robin match play. There is carryover from everyone's finish in yesterday's qualifier, as well as 40 pins for a win, 0 pins for a loss, and 15 bonus pins for a tie. Those will be included in our standings and will be shared starting after game 1.
And a wonderful good morning to the wonderful audience here as we get you underway with continuing coverage of the Oasis Scratch Invitational. Match play is now underway, and it is 16 games. I repeat, 16 games of round-robin match play I got to be honest, for as long as I've been doing this, meaning just in the streaming business, even in the bowling industry, I don't know if I've ever actually seen a 16-game round of any kind. The good news for me is, though, I actually just had a little bit of practice with this type of length or format at the 11thframe.com Open. They had 12 games on day number 2 to get the morning started. Well, adding 4 more here, we've got 16 games. I believe in the past it used to be 12, and Daniel opted to add 4 additional bowlers. And with that, of course, you get 4 more games of match play. But we're ready. We're locked in. I actually started the day with a little coffee to give myself the start I need. Not a lot. And then about halfway through the block, we'll probably reintroduce said coffee and keep it going in that way. Hope everyone is doing well this morning, and I hope your Sunday is off to the best possible start it can be. If you have any questions, as John does, I will try to answer those, of course, to the best possible abilities. In just a few seconds, I'm going to just kind of rehash the standings yesterday. For those who may be joining us for the first time, we welcome you to Bowlstream TV. Thank you to Daniel Uribarri. One programming note, unfortunately, 7 and 8 is out of play this morning. There was something that cannot be fixed with just one person. And so they had to take 7 and 8 out of play, which slightly unfortunate, obviously, for us and me. That's 2 lanes that I can't get you, and just wasn't going to be able to make the shifts work and retape and all of those things prior to. So with that said, you'll see we'll have more of 1 through 4, of course. And we'll have 5 and 6. That's it at the bottom of your screen. We'll probably stay locked in a lot today on 9 through 12. And obviously, if there is a match that people want to see, and or obviously it holds of utter importance, we'll go to it as much as we want to. So we'll have 10 of the 16 lanes that are in play. Good morning to Mrs. Weig. She is the mom of the young man bowling right now on your screen on lane 10. Already seeing a little bit more hook, it looks like to me, on, and Matt may be doing something a little bit different than he was on the fresh. Now, everything about today should be different. And what I mean by that is the scoring pace might actually be a little bit higher. Once you narrow down the field, and typically speaking, in this case, we got 16 bowlers, and they made it there for a reason. Right? And so you might anticipate at least the majority of this 16-player group would play the lanes in a similar fashion. Now, there's always an outlier or two where, players are going to play them a little bit differently. Maybe they start a little further left than others. One player I actually am paying attention to is, I believe, Josue. And he's over on 5 and 6. He's actually facing the defending champion right now, Trey Ford III. But I remember watching him a little bit yesterday and saying, okay, I like his game, but he was a little further left. And he's a little further left to start with urethane in comparison to someone like Matt Zweig. On your right there, you got Eddie Joe Torres. Had himself a great day doing exactly what he did yesterday. Lofting the gutter cap, going right to left with that. Spent some time. Some good conversation with Eddie Joe this morning. He is taking on Raymond Archuleta, who left a nice little stamp for me, not literally, but after watching his game yesterday and like, this man can bowl. He's only 19 years old, Raymond Archuleta. Shout out to his mom, Michelle. I let him know afterwards, after the block was over yesterday. First of all, I asked him, hey, do you know a Michelle? Because I don't want to assume that was a relative. And he said, yes, that was my mom. And I said, yeah, she's been watching, trying to find you. And every time she would ask, you had just left the pair today. So we get you started today, Michelle, with Raymond. I do not know or have like a master schedule So I don't know per game where everyone is going to go. So I can't tell you ahead of time, that player X is going to move over to 3 and 4 for match number 2 or game 2. I don't know that info. I do know that there's a position round for game 16, and it's going to start from lane 1. I do know that, but we got a long way to go, obviously, before we get there. I will ask, if you don't mind, to share across your social networks, if you don't mind. Obviously, we'll be live for a large portion of the day. Don't forget, the stepladder finals will happen this evening. There is a separate event for that. And, of course, it's located in the upcoming live streams section on the Bullstream TV YouTube channel. With that said, here is young Raymond, who is all of 19 years old, from New Mexico, and pretty much picking up where he left off yesterday. Very impressed with what he was able to put together. Now, what we didn't see yesterday was this from Anthony Strickland on your left. Every time I watched Anthony Strickland, he was throwing the backup bowling ball as a two-handed righty. The only time I saw him be a traditional two-handed righty was when he was shooting left side spares. But he's starting the day in the traditional form. Now, he could have done that yesterday, and I just didn't get a chance to see him on the fresh. Over on 1 and 2, Ryan Powers and Mason Edmondson, that's actually your 1 and 2 to start the round. Noah Kupchak and Matt Jones facing off on 3 and 4. Again, traditional match play in the sense that there is 30 bonus pins for a win, 15 for a tie, 0 for a loss. And much like yesterday, I'll check with Ian on maybe how I can help you get the standings in a much better fashion. It might be trickier today to some degree. But he will have the standings, of course, right here on the big screen to my left. And I will do my best to get you those standings, whether it be typing them into the Bullstream TV chat and or maybe taking some photos and posting them elsewhere. Fortunate miscue there for Raymond, missing that single pin. So, of course, every match means something. To their right, Brian Van Sickle. Who's Brian facing? Hard to tell right now. See Kyle Ponzo down to the right. The Juan Fe Sainz is down there to the right as well. In a moment, might have to take a look at Matt Jones. Matt's got 7 out of 8. If my memory is correct, he might have did that on 5 and 6. He shot 250 on the fresh yesterday and during qualifying in game 1. I think it was on 5 and 6 and not 3 and 4. Good morning to Angie as well. Leia, good morning to you also. Boy, Matt Early looking to take names here is Matt Jones. I'll show him in a moment. So 16th yesterday was minus 31, okay? And as John alluded to in the chat, he was surprised to see the number drop, and it did significantly. We never got a Game 7 update, but I believe Game 6 was like a minus, I think it was -4, was 16th. and it got all the way to minus 31, which then put a lot of players obviously in play. All 16 bowlers did make it this morning and show. Jacob Gill, he did the right thing as the 17th bowler. He finished just outside the number. He showed up just in case someone did not make it. But all 16 are here and competing. A couple players who just missed: Jacob Gill, J.D. Nance, D-Ron Booker, Caden Ament. J.D. just left a vicious wrap 7 on 9 and 10 that ultimately cost him advancing. Jacob Gill shot 193. D-Ron had a left lane that just unfortunately was not kind to him at all. Max score here for Matt Zweig is 204. Again, your leader coming into today is Ryan Powers at plus 191. He taking on Mason Edmondson. Edmondson was second at plus 153. Long way to go today, folks. You don't want to dismiss anything that happens in the first few games, but there's just so many games for and opportunities for bowlers to make up pins today. So if you're a fan of a particular bowler and they don't start strong, don't fret. They've got plenty of opportunity today. Trouble down at the bottom right of your screen. Eddie Joe not going to get 30 bonus pins. It's looking like a good opportunity for Raymond Archuleta. The door opens for Trey Ford. Ryan Powers coming out firing. He can shoot 259, looking to get 30 bonus pins early against Mason Edmondson. Keeping track of the left-right. I was talking to Dante Uribarri, who joined me at the end of qualifying, and we chatted for a while until we got the cut announcement number. Strickland, he looked like he did not like that whatsoever. But with that said, still needs the second one in the 10th here to shut out Matt Zweig and not grab the 30 bonus pins. So this is an important shot. If he does not strike, Zweig will have an opportunity to step up, possibly needing all three in the 10th to win the match by 1 and get the early 30. And Zweig will have an opportunity. All right, so here's Zweig. Got to get the first two at least, and a 4-pin. I was going to talk to you about the count situation, because 9, doubling 9 would have then gotten him a win based on that missed spare from Strickland. That is not going to matter. So Raymond Archuleta will get an early victory. So will Anthony Strickland. Sean Lavery taking on Brian Van Sickle. Brett Wolf started way down on 17 and 18. He would have started on 7 and 8 today, but of course, unfortunately, that one's out of play. So all bowlers, obviously, who were going to 7 and 8 will add a 1 in front of their respective numbers and go to 17 and 18 today. Matt Jones, who entered today at plus 58, can shoot 266 with 30. And what a way to open up things for Matt Jones. All right, good spare there for Raymond. Let's take a look at Matt right at your screen. He'll be in the 250s. Your leader, though, Ryan Powers, and folks, I watched him during the sweepers. And, you know, not everything's the same, obviously, with sweepers, but for Ryan Powers, just about the same. A couple balls to work with, Black Widow Pink Urethane, Black Hammer 78. He hasn't missed much. And now 9 games, he'll be in the 250s here. 252 to 224. We got an interesting match going on 5 and 6. We'll go there after Ryan Powers is complete. Nicely done there. 259 to start. So a good match here that's certainly far from over. Well, now it is. Not completely. That was important count. That was very important. So if Trey doesn't strike here, he can go strike spare for 169. You know, spare a 9 would give him to 168. Great shot. And Trey forward in a low-scoring match. So this is this pair now becomes, to me, very important for the rest of the day. All right. It looks to be one of the lower scoring matches, if not the lowest scoring match of game 1. All right, and so they both were throwing urethane. Josue was a little further left with his urethane look than Trey. Right, but both throwing urethane and both throwing it away. Right, and so how will that affect everyone else who goes to this pair? So this is quickly one of those pairs to say, well, it could be interesting. Now, the way the position round will work too, this is going to be the 5-6 matchup. So we'll keep our eyes on this pair and see how it develops throughout the day. 178, 167. Trey Ford will get 30 bonus pins. And it looks like there's one match left. Kyle Ponzo finishing up down on 15 and 16. While we have a moment, let's see if I can grab the standings and throw these up on the screen real quick. All right, let's take a look. So there are the standings. Highlighted there is Josue Rivera. He was 16th after 8 games of qualifying yesterday. Good morning, Carl. Rep, always good to see you. Hello, Nicole. So again, as we transition to game number 2, your leader was Ryan Powers at plus 191. Mason Edmondson, Matt Zweig, Brian Van Sickle, Kyle Ponzo Those 5 players, of course, the only 5 to go 100 over or more. But to talk about the number falling, Ryan Powers was at 200 over for, I think, after 6. I think Mason Edmondson was had a little bit of a higher total as well. Interesting thing, right? You see the top 3 players all shot 200 even in the final game. I mean, it's pretty incredible to think about. Brett Wolf actually had, as you can see, 257, and he left after shooting 142. That was on 9 and 10, and he was in a situation where he had to post a decent game. A decent one would have still gotten him in. A big game, which is ultimately what he got to, put him right back where he was. Matt Jones, Trey Ford, Noah Krupchak, Jarrett, Raymond Archuleta. I'm going to make sure, make sure that for the sake of the Archuleta family, that we get Raymond's name spelled correctly. All right, so Matt Jones. All right, we're in the game 2. We'll start here on 5 and 6 because I just talked about the possibility, or not the possibility, what 5 and 6 could look like based on the lower scoring pace and how both players, not uncommon to see 2 players throwing urethane this week. But since they both were going away from it, interesting how this pair will develop. And to help me figure that out today, at least for a little bit as we watch Matt Jones, is Sean Wyatt Truskowski. Yeah, my dude, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm well. Thank you for popping in here. My first question for you is, what is your name? Which one should it be?
It should be Sean.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
And how did we get to Sean White? Is that your middle name?
It is my middle name.
Okay.
I had to redo a Facebook account, and I was like, let's just go with Wyatt. It'll make it fun.
So you played a joke?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm guilty of those kinds of things as well. I once went to, when I was working at the Open Championships, it was my first year working, and I changed my birthday on Facebook to be April 1st as a April Fool's joke. Well, Matt Cannizzaro, who I didn't know that, I was just getting to know him, but he ended up being, and is still one of my best friends. But he went all out, bought a cake, told the entire staff, the whole nine. So I walked in for my shift that night, and, it was like a happy birthday. And then I had to smile because it was funny, and then I felt bad all at the same time. And then from that day on, every April Fool's is like, hey, they always say happy birthday. 16 years running or whatever, however long it's been at this point.
That's a good joke, though.
It was fantastic. But I didn't know it was going to be
that big.
I had no idea.
The jokes we play.
Right? All right, so Zweig is over to our left.
He just switched to resin, it looks like, or pitch black.
That's interesting. And I meant to ask him, when I saw him about maybe game 4 or 5 yesterday is when he started to really get on the hot streak. And I've seen streaks like that from Matt. You probably have too.
Yeah.
Right? He's got that ability, especially when he sees it well. If it's near the gutter, he can do all kinds of tricks to keep his ball on line. But what he was throwing yesterday kind of looked shiny, but I wasn't sure what it was.
When I talked to him yesterday, because I got out of urethane, because urethane just wasn't the play for me, he was like, do you have a shiny urethane? And to me, that's counterproductive because you always want it to hook early, bleed off, especially on shorter patterns. But it was allowing him to go up 1, 2, 3 easier. And they look tighter today, too. Because his shot right there on 5 would have struck down there on his match against Brett.
Well, of course that plays because the more the pattern is, is laid down. Generally speaking, the tighter it should get, and the truer the pattern plays. But it's always interesting when you have short patterns that get tight.
And the only person's look that hasn't changed is Powers over here. All day Friday at Sweepers, he was throwing that Pink Widow. All day yesterday, he was throwing the Pink Widow. And today, the Pink Widow looks really good.
Now, you watched him bowl, obviously, in the Sweepers because you were bowling too. And we were talking about how things changed for you based on Sweepers. Dante was telling me the same things with regard to his sweeper look and then, of course, what he endured yesterday. And Ryan's look doesn't look like it's changed. And I'm sure there's some small variation he's had to make. But from the naked eye, it does not look like that's the case.
What he's doing right now from Friday, Saturday to today so far, it looks like he's bowling on the same, thing he did on Friday. Whereas, if you looked at Brett's look on Friday, he was lost. It hooked too much on the outside. There's no push in. Now that we're 2 days in, 3 re-oils in, it's tighter, and he's found something to where he's deadly right now. And then Matt just moved everything in.
Speaking of deadly, let's take a quick look at Brett.
What's up, buddy? That's what I was supposed to do today. Get Jared the
the correct pronunciation for Jared's last name. I just wasn't sure I was saying it right.
Oh, that is a doozy, and that's coming from me.
Yeah, I thought it was a Renkinder, but I don't know.
That's my best guess.
Only one way to find out.
Trey Ford just switched to a purple.
Is that like if you're going to make urethane changes today, right? Do you anticipate more players maybe getting too reactive because of the amount of games today, or because of the traffic and considerably less, obviously, players be more likely to stick to urethane simply because they only have 2 on a pair, every time out?
It's sort of hard to say because it's like, the people that like to shape urethane more, like your Mats, your Trey Fords, even, Sean Levery Spar or Ponzo, they might get into resin quicker just because urethane, when you get forced so far left, especially yesterday from what it looked like, you wrap 10, you 2-4-8 10 a lot quicker. So, I can see them getting into like their bigger like Ion Maxes, Maximum Effects, just bigger ASIMs.
Bottom of your screen, Jared just wrapped the head pin around the 10 pin on a washout, which is some people have said, and I'm leaning toward it in agreement with him. That's one of the worst breaks in bowl, because you do everything right to make that spare, which has become a quote unquote routine-ish spare, right? Washouts are left so much,
especially on patterns and house shots. Like I see more washouts on house shots because they get so cliffed, not so much on patterns, unless it's like Wolf, where like you have to give away the pocket so much. That's a good shot.
When's the last time you bowled 16 games in a day?
It's been a minute. I think it probably had to be Agenong Open last year in the Cashers round. So that had to be pretty close to it.
Yeah, I guess that's if you start early during the Cashers round and you keep on keeping on, yeah, that total could
be way higher than 16.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, look at Ponzo last year. He had to bowl because he was the 5th seed, and he had to go all the way up. Looks like Zweig's figured it out. A 3-bagger. Went to a shiny IQ 78.
Between Matt, Ryan Powers, and if Mason Edmondson's look holds up today, it would be difficult for me to see one of those players, if not all, not making the show.
It's just going to become like just a carry contest, especially like games like 8, 9, 10, because I'm assuming right around game 11 they'll probably get into resin. Brett, Mason, some of the two-handers might try going backup ball, but they can probably stay in urethane a lot longer. A little less rev rate and surface being thrown there.
Brett might be in that situation too, right? As he figured some stuff out yesterday, and especially late in the final game for sure. And if he gets a ton of pins early, right, and even if he runs into trouble, right, he might be able to maneuver that kind of like he did yesterday, right? Got into some trouble in games 6 and 7, shoots 250, and is into the number at plus 77.
Oh wow! Matt did something completely opposite that I thought he was going to. The left lane, he moved everything left, and on the right lane, he just sent it to the gutter quicker.
So it is Ringener. And as mentioned in the chat from Jason, the son of Phil Ringener. And Phil Ringener won the Bud Light Championship, the PBA Bud Light Championship on April 20th, 1996.
Oh, wow. That's some good bowling lineage.
So that is, yes, that is the son of a PBA champion.
I'm going to make people feel a little old here. That was before I was born.
Oh, well. I would be one of those people that you've now made feel old. Really? Yeah, you told me you were 27? Yeah, I guess so.
98.
Good Lord.
Oof. And it looks like Ryan Powers just throws it harder to stay online.
Jason, if it is the gentleman who I am assuming it is, he has been walking certainly with Jared, which obviously would make sense. So he is indeed here. I feel like Rep, that's some good info for Rep, and he would have known. Let's see, over on 3 and 4, Matt can get to 221. If he could do that, it would force Ryan Powers to mark at the 10th. Meanwhile, Brett Wolf continues to strike, and the one thing for Raymond Archuleta, the young 19-year-old, he's missed a couple of single pins already today. He's going to have to be careful of those. But that's still a little bit of a battle here.
Scores are definitely higher this morning versus yesterday.
It felt that way, but I was kind of slightly tricked there because
that's their safety announcement that they do every day.
Oh, okay, got it. I was like, what? Okay. Well, who's chatting? I forgot I lost my train of thought. Oh, Matt Jones shot 250 out the gates yesterday in game 1.
And he didn't get in the high pot.
And, well, that always happens. Not with Matt, but generally speaking, right? We don't get into the high game pot. We shoot the high game.
Oh, Brett.
Oh, no. Well, that's got it slightly interesting now, because Raymond's going to finish first.
Yeah, he can get to 37.
He sure can, and can win that match and get 30 bonus pins. So that's intriguing. Ryan Van Sickle. But that dude, every time I see him,
he strikes a lot.
It's like some things never change.
He's the gem out of Tucson. Oh, we almost had a sour apple on 3. I think that's like the one thing that makes Madsby really good, but also like at times like this where like they're so tight down lane, it's so easy to 5-7, 5-10 because you're trying to take so much hand out of it. Oh, that get up. Attaboy, Matty.
Yeah, you saw that on the bottom right of your screen, folks, from Matt. And I thought he was going to have that look for like the entire block, but he went right over. I think it was like 9 and 10 or 11 and 12, and he ended up shooting like 170 over there. And I'm like, all right, I guess they're not, going to be the same. And obviously that's the true pair-to-pair difference. Mm-hmm. He goes over to game 2 immediately, bowling on a pair that 4 other players or 5 spent 10 minutes to practice on, and who knows how they played the lanes.
And there's a lot less surface being thrown today than yesterday. A lot of people were hitting bowling balls with 500, 360 even, just to try getting their ball to shut down. But it felt like, that after seeing who's bowling today, it sort of wasn't needed. Like 1,000, 1,500, 2,000 was the way to go.
Boy, Archuleta struck in the 9th, buried the first one in the 10th. Now another strike in 6, and he will shut out Brett Wolf. who missed the 4-7 in the 9th frame.
Very un-Brett-like. But, 16 games today. Just, if you lose it, try keeping it close so you don't lose too many pins. Noah on lane 1 and 2's got really good luck too.
We'll check in on Noah, but first Archuleta. Bang.
10 back.
This is a powerful young man. Do you know how old he is?
I think you said 19.
Oh, you paid attention. Good, good for you. 19. This dude is.
I definitely wasn't that composed at 19.
I think sometimes it's the smaller things for young players for me. And because I'm around a lot of youth bowlers, right, to me, I watched him come in, bowl a sweeper, but just the way he was so polite. And I was like, okay, but which wouldn't have led me to believe he was 19.
Yeah.
Right? But then from the bowling aspect, he posts almost every shot. And to be such a powerful two-handed player, he's got to have 6 right here. And he
got all
gets
10.
more than 6. And, well, you get an experienced player, and I'm talking about from the Brett Wolf perspective, right? I'm sure he knew after missing that spare the possibility of what could happen. It's not his first time, certainly. And credit to the young 19-year-old for stepping up and throwing the shots to get 30 bonus pins from one of the best, certainly, and a former, of course, Masters champion.
I'm pretty sure if I had to do the same thing at 19, I'd be in the ditch by the arrows. Oh. No on 1 and 2. It's going to be in the 250s.
Yeah, I wanted to give you a look at that score in his last shot. 256 for Noah. Big game there. Meanwhile, Matt Jones trying to finish out his game. And he will get the win. These are the ones where you get into match play and you've got big game opportunities. Those are the ones where you really want to get the first one in the 10. Like, you'd love to make the spare, obviously, as long as Matt does that. Hopefully I don't jinx him. I don't. He's going to be in the 230s with good count.
Is he going to test his purple? No, he's going to go back to the black and probably try getting a little softer with the hand. I felt like he got a little fast on that one. Powers with 235, keeping his lead going.
Get back over to 9 through 12 here in a moment, as 11 and 12 still with 3 frames to finish out. What's Matt throwing again?
He's throwing a black hammer, his stronger one.
Stronger one via layout?
Yes.
Okay. Trey Ford shoots 201 and drops that match again over to Noah. Let's go back next door. 222 for Brett Wolf. Anthony Strickland, who had me believing that he was a dedicated two-handed backup bowler yesterday because he was not throwing it in the traditional sense.
And he's the only one right now throwing resin. Looks like he's throwing an Idol Pro.
Do you find that interesting, intriguing, or just a byproduct of?
I think it's byproduct of
Okay.
speed. His purple didn't look too bad when he tried throwing it, or his urethane. I just felt like with his ball speed, it was a little too hard at times. Trying to see what Ponzo is doing down there. Just struck. Looks like he's bowling livery spar, and they're both sort of struggling at this point.
Can you do me a favor?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go ask Ian a question, but since we have the scores up on the big board,
Yeah.
can you just kind of run down the new leaderboard, if you wouldn't mind, and I'll be right back.
Of course.
Thank you.
So right now we still have Ryan Powers after game 1. He went 59. He's leading still. Ponzo, game 1 was 210. He did get the win as well as Ryan. Mason Edmondson shot 2-0 game 1 and lost. Brett went 245 and won. Van Sickle 209 and lost. Matt Jones 252 and won. Matt Zweig 180 and lost. Eddie 189 and lost. Raymond 215 and won. Trey Ford won with 178. Noah 224 and lost. Sean Levery 229 and won. Jared 199. Anthony Strickland 202. Mr. Sains at 190, and then Mr. Rivera at 167 after game 1. Game 2 should be finishing up shortly. It looks like Sean Levery just PBA washed out. Ponzo's got working on a double, so that scoring pace is a little slow, but you got Ryan Van Sickle going for 279. You're still young. You're still young. You don't get stiff after game 8 and 9. Oof. He rips on that.
This reminds me of a tournament. I was talking to the viewers about this a couple weeks ago. I guess about a month ago now. I did the 11th Frame.com Open, and they have a 12-game round on Sunday morning. So very similar to this, where now there's no bonus. Oh no, I'm sorry, there is bonus, but their bonus structure was basically like a beat the board.
Okay.
Kind of thing. So it wasn't match play exclusively. It was you bowl, whatever the schedule is. But if you have the highest game and they advance the top, how many bowlers were 40-ish? Something like that.
Okay.
So basically, if you had the highest game of any game, you get the max bonus pins based on the amount of players in the field. So if it's 40, you get 40.
Huh.
Or 39, or whatever it is. If you have the worst game, you get 1. Right? So, but it accounted for a lot of volatility, as you would imagine. Right? And the scoring pace was really high to start the round. My guy David Cole shot like 850 out the gates. There were a couple 300s. There was one pair with 4 on it. The low game was 277. The other 3 shot 300.
Oh, I saw that on Facebook.
Yes, it was that tournament.
Oh, good Lord.
Yes, but looking just through the whole round, it was like, wow, this is really cool because there were a lot of highs, right? And then as we got deeper into the block, scoring pace was kind of a little bit iffy, right? Kind of even. And then it allowed, obviously, some bowlers who found score late to try to make a jump. And I'm foreseeing the same situation here, right? Because you just know with this amount of games, right, there's going to be people who bowl well and fresh. There's going to be people who will try to hang around maybe in the middle of the block, right? And then, might be hard to say what's actually going to happen in game 14.
Yeah.
Game 14.
I mean, for the most part, I think, last night at dinner, Brett and Matt had the best idea is just to be patient, get the 5-bagger when you can. But, you know, like you said, game 14, 15, 16, who knows what the pair is going to be doing.
You just don't know.
I think that's the first messenger I've seen connect this whole weekend, too. So that was actually pretty cool to see. I thought they were a mythical creature after yesterday.
I love you to use the word mythical.
Like like you saw them, but none connected. So it was just a little odd, like that. You had so many high rev, high power players that none connected. More shiny urethane.
Is there any player that has advanced to match play, or even if they didn't, that maybe you haven't seen or you have seen in the past, but your eyes were kind of opened again to this person? Like, oh, wow, you know, man, I forgot this player was as good, or this player, and you could see them being, you know, one of the best in a particular area.
For me, it's Sean Lavery. I haven't seen or bowled against him since New Mexico Open, like 2018. So it's been a minute, and he's just so much better, so much sharper. And it's effortless on just how he does what he does. So to me, that was a lot of fun. And then like meeting new guys like Powers, Trey, just seeing what they do in person. Because online you can see the video, and you're just like, wow, that's impressive. But seeing it in person, you're just like, all right, cool. I still don't know how you do it.
Yeah, it's wow. Well, real quick, Jared Renninger, as you saw to the left of your screen there, he's made a move over to what looks to be reactive. I don't know if I've seen more reactive balls that either saw it immediately and, of course, just went dead left, or never saw it at all and just never thought about hooking going right.
I thought it was really impressive, to be honest. Like yesterday, I threw one on the live stream where I just 9-pinned, and I thought I aced it. I took 3 off the right, and I go, all right, well, that's my day today.
So intriguing watching this this pattern unfold here. If you are just joining us, you are watching the 2025 Oasis Scratch Invitational. It's the 7th annual event hosted by Daniel Uribarri and the entire Uribarri family. It's at Oasis Bowling Lanes here in El Paso, Texas. Check in on Zweig over on 1 and 2. It's a good matchup too. It's early, but very important 30 bonus pins between he and Mason Edmondson over there. First, get another look at Brian Van Sickle.
He went back to urethane. Oh, that's in. And that's the other thing that was really weird. Like, you could miss in by a lot, and it still wasn't enough to go Brooklyn at times when throwing urethane. So, like, that miss in wasn't there like it typically is. Well, the 19-year-old's got his work cut out for him. He's got Matt this game. On the very, very end. That's so dirty. You go from Brett to Matt.
I tell you, well, that's a player to keep an eye on. Another player I thought was going to be a sleeper today was Noah. If his look was pretty solid, and he did just shot 256, correct?
Yep. He shot 220 to lose, and he would have won quite a few matches if he had different draw. Bad hit.
I was thinking he might be somebody that could make a run. All you gotta do, it sounds, so
easy.
All you gotta do is win matches, but that's just not how it goes.
Trey Ford now is throwing a purple, but throwing it harder. So he's gone away from slow hooking it to the gutter.
And you can't forget about the defending champion. He knows how to bowl. Like when you give, and you know this, you give good players more games to figure it out, they're going to figure it out.
it's definitely an advantage. Like anyone, like in a 3-game sweeper, can find something on a pair, pop off a 270, and from there it's just damage control. But 16 games, damage control can go away really quick, especially when you're back to back to back really solid players. Ooh, 8-pin.
Brutal. I'm glad I didn't see that in person, actually. That's a big early 5-bagger two next door for Trey Ford. And we'll watch Ryan Powers here in the 4th and 5th. And then we'll go next door, maybe check in on Noah. Actually, we'll start with Matt and Mason because they both have started strike 4-bagger for Zweig, strike spare 3-bagger for Edmondson. Oof. And Zweig just got out of trouble there, just leaving the 3-6-10, but that was going to be troublesome.
That's a good shot. Moves a little right. How's Malta doing? How's Kyle doing? Against Lavery? Yeah. Sounds like Ponzo game 2 shot 240, 250 to win his second game against Sean Lavery on a tough pair where they were a little tighter. Brett starts off front 3 again.
Working on the getting you the next standings so we can throw them on the screen for you and we can all watch, or I'm sorry, look at them, I should say, in real time.
Man, 5 and 6 is extremely tight compared to the rest of the house. So what are the next tournaments that you're coming up to after this? I know you're at Agent Ong next month with us.
Yeah, Agent Ong from the Bowlstream TV's perspective in particular. Then, but next week I'm actually headed to Minnesota for a PWBA regional.
Oh, nice.
Then the following weekend after that, Nashville for women's regional.
All right.
Then a week off. Then the Agent Ong.
At least you're going to like the colder places before they get too cold. I don't do cold anymore.
Where are you originally from?
I was born and raised in Phoenix.
Okay.
And we spent some time in my middle school years in Virginia. I don't do green trees, pollen, humidity very well.
So you're saying you just would not make it in, Chicago or Texas or
certain parts of Texas I can make it in.
It's pretty. It's not from the humidity perspective. Chicago or Midwest in general, then you're in trouble.
I could do a weekend at most, and we're tapping out. Oh, that's a good shot by Matt. It just didn't peel.
That's a little surprising.
And you got Mason that's getting his black hammer to peel now. A lot. At least I think it's a black hammer. It could be a pitch black too.
All right, working on, let me throw the standings for you up on the screen here shortly.
Oof.
So quick look, bottom of your screen there. Get that graphic out the way for now. Ryan Powers at plus 345. Brian Van Sickle plus 251. And those matches, or I'm sorry, scores highlighted in green are winners, meaning they won those matches. So Powers 2-0. Van Sickle shot 279.
I think the only thing he left was a 10-pin.
So he is at plus 251, but having his fair share, as Sean talked about, 5 and 6 being a little bit tighter. And I told you folks, if you've been watching this morning, Trey Ford and Josue Rivera started on this pair, and they both were throwing urethane, but they were throwing it away from the pocket. In fact,
that was an interesting move.
Yeah, I think Josue had his urethane attitude control probably at 15 at the arrows. Very curious how that might affect things.
Mr. Powers just moved right, firmed up with, and balled down, and held line. Wow. Good move.
Ponzo third, plus 238. Edmondson fourth, now plus 232. 1, 2, 3, 4. Matt Jones is now fifth at plus 203. And Matt has made a significant jump already in the standings. Matt Zweig 182.09. So between, as far as like drops, Matt would be in that category at the moment. Even though 182.09, not that bad.
I'd have taken it yesterday.
He didn't win any matches. Of course, he gets no bonus pins. And then those who were around him in the standings have all shot essentially 230 or did shoot 230 or better in game 2. And again, keep an eye on Noah. There he is at plus 136, tied with Raymond Archuleta. Eddie Joe Torres, 189, 210. He's at plus 120.
If Trey strikes out and gets his 30 pins, he'll be in the 2s plus. He's making his run now. Got 270 running. Mason's got 280 running. Brett's got 270 running again. Seems like all of them have another rip 7 for Trey. Oof. Wow.
Is Powers throwing a pitch black?
No, he went to
Or was that his black hammer? Okay.
Yeah, he balled down, moved right, and started throwing harder.
He must have got some green grips or something. Well, significant here for what Edmondson could potentially do, but still significant for Matt.
Yeah. Strike out, force him to do something in the 10th. Just sort of a bad draw for Mr. Zweig over there.
Well, that only means, right, based on the way things are going so far, that he will see some players who aren't seeing the lanes the same right now or well at all. And so there will be some opportunities, perhaps. This is just based on scoring pace, that he may be able to get on a string of winning. But as soon as you think that might be the case, those who haven't seen the lanes well all day, that's when they actually start to see things pretty good.
Oh, Paralyzer 5. Another 3-6-10.
Yep. Did again, too, on the left lane. Still can get to 230. That's important. Spare here for Jarrett, right of your screen. That was huge, though. He carries that, puts himself in the position to get into the 240s. And Jarrett right now, 199, 179. And he is currently at -1 overall.
That's a long hill to climb. Oof.
Mention that Van Sickle double. See if he can turn it into a triple here.
You didn't like it, but it worked.
All right, let's check out 9 through 12.
And Brett is doing Brett things again.
Just turn it on trying to think who Noah reminds me of. Like, when he gets into his backswing, I think he's got a little like Mike Scroggins in his. As he gets into the downswing with his steps and kind of where the swing goes, it's not very high. He gives me a little bit of Mike Scroggins.
Short, compact, easy to repeat.
Yeah, and he gets his feet moving.
Yeah.
Quick.
That's Matt saying he called the 280 in the 4th frame. Can I get the lotto numbers next, Matt?
Man, he's how can I describe Matt? And Mama's wife and his sister Leia are both watching. I'm gonna see if they would agree. I think I would describe Matt as a feisty competitor.
Feisty? Yeah, I could see that.
He's got a little bit of grit, and he's got grit that I think like people wouldn't expect him to have. But once he gets on the lanes, he is a feisty competitor.
But I mean, you sort of have to. Like, if you're really good at any sport, like, you have to have that drive, that win, the mad Hungarian throwback baseball player for you guys. Sort of idea of, like, you have to sort of be a little crazy to be good at something.
Yes. And the want to do it, right? And that's what I think people do misunderstand sometimes about athletes, but in particular bowlers sometimes too, that once the lights turn on, like, I'm a really nice guy. Generally speaking. But when I was a competitor, I mean, I'm a type of dude that was gonna walk it out on you. You know, and not like it's gonna sound like, because when we see walkouts, you see intentional walkouts. And I'll get back to Powers here, because if Ryan Powers strikes, he is going to win a match against Brian Van Sickle. But if I was in the zone, I was definitely going to be running a couple out. And again, wasn't trying to show up anybody, just an in the moment, in the zone type of situation.
I'm going to leave that one alone, because when I was younger, I was a little worse than that. So I'm just going to leave that one.
Well, but that's okay, because you recognized it, right? You know there's a difference. You know, you weren't there. I was always just like I am now, pretty cool, even keel. But once I got on the lanes or anything competitive, I turned into a little bit of a different player. Powers trying to do the same thing.
Keel.
Oh,
good shot.
6 and 2 the 10, and Mr. Powers needs 5. Purple on the field next door for Trey Ford.
I have a feeling the next 5 games for him, if he can stay in the purple, keep it on line, keep it a little harder, and not have to slow it down, he might strike a lot. Brett's basically won this match. He's got 7 pin to spare. That should be 5.
No guarantees, man. All right, 2:15, 2:11. Back to the right here, 9 through 12. As 1 through 6 now are complete. Folks, if you're just joining us, hello, Caitlin, by the way. Game 3 of 16. That is also correct. 16 games today. If you're like, oh, what? Is that a typo? No, it is not. 16 games today. And that's 16 games to then get to the stepladder finals. Still got the stepladder to take care of after the 16 games.
Oof. That makes my thumb hurt. I was talking to somebody yesterday, and if I'm remembering correctly, it's Brandon Rock. He was like, you know, if I make finals, I told my Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday night team, I'm out.
Yeah.
I need some time to recoup.
Well, he's bowling three nights in a row.
Yeah.
Sound like?
It sounds like.
Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday? Yeah, you would need at least a day. 2 would certainly be all right. One more here for Brady. He's going to be in the 250s. Feels like taking out his frustrations in the previous match. And Juan Fei here. We can get to 212.
You know, there's like people I've bowled with where, you know, once they start striking, it doesn't seem like they stop. It was like Jacob Butcher for a while in the Phoenix area, Brett, Matt, and, you know, watching him this morning, you're like, he might not stop for a very long time. Just needs a refill of like Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, I enjoyed my conversations with you too after bowling yesterday, and I give a shout out to the Phoenix crew. You know, I knew people there, but I knew Brett, but didn't know him as well as I know him now because I get to see him on a not quite a regular basis, but it feels like, you know, once or twice a year.
Yeah.
Right. And for the last couple of years, people like yourself, Matt Jones, you know, now it feels like, all right, do I live in Phoenix? Like
You're more than welcome
as
to
much
come
as
out.
I see you guys there. Just like you said though, like you can't do cold. Yeah, I'm good on the 120 temperatures. I'm good on that. It's a little bit too much for me.
But the way to think about it is you go from your air conditioning house
There's no way to think about it.
to air conditioning car to your air
There's no way
conditioning
to think
work.
I'd like to do something outdoors. Something. Not a lot, but something. As Juan Fei will finish things up. There are the days where, as terrible as it sounds, I'm okay with the 95 and 100% humidity in the Midwest, as opposed to the 120 dry, air quotes, and in this region in general, but specifically Phoenix.
You know, dry heat's like bourbon. It's an acquired taste.
As we move over to game number 4. Folks, if you wouldn't mind, we're talking about locations. Let me know where you're watching from, but also let me know who you're rooting for. What bowler are you trying to take a look at? In a moment, I'm sure we'll probably see Sean Lavery make his way down to the lower end, or at least 1 through 12. He's been on the 13, 14 through 17 and 18 range. Of course, keep in mind that 7 and 8 unfortunately had to be taken out of play this morning. So some players who would have been in this zone simply are bowling on the buffer pair.
Nice, trying to circle purple again. When Jonesy walked by, he said he needed the first hit in the 10th to win his match, and he 2-4-5'd. So he's now got his first loss, and he shot 2-0. So the kid is making some waves, being Brett and Matt back-to-back matches, forcing him to show up too.
You know, at the end of, you know, if we get to game 8, or I should say game 9, and then the first half of this block will be officially done. And Raymond is no worse than where he is right now in the standings after 2, which was 10th, right? So you have to think, just he's won 3 matches in a row. That probably gets him maybe a spot, at least 1 spot, maybe 2, that he would move up in the standings. And, you know, obviously we have no idea what it's going to look like when we get to like game 11, 12. But if he is in the vicinity, I think he's going to have a really good chance at making the show. But everybody's will and resolve will be tested today with 16 games of competition. Like, how bad do you want to win $6,000? Because that is what's on the line today.
So do you know where the title match is going to be, or the stepladder? Is it going to be on 5 and 6?
I think so, but not confirmed simply because of what happened with 7 and 8.
Gotcha.
So I will triple check that with Daniel about midway through.
Because having it on 5 and 6 could be fun with how tight they're playing. Like,
I would love it on 5 and 6 because it's right in front of us, which is the original plan, of course. Put in this booth here when we started. Uh-oh. Early trouble for Jared. And, you know, when you start struggling early and things don't quite improve, right, at least at the pace you'd like, right, so you can put together a stretch, win a couple matches, get yourself back into the tournament. You know, you got a long way to go, so it can get tough mentally to kind of stay in it.
It's the easiest thing to do in, like, long formats is compounding mistakes. It might not even be, like, your mistake. It could just be like, you know, we're bowling against somebody, but also the lanes.
Right.
So
Absolutely.
It's like you could do something correct and something just happened, and that gets you off a little bit, and then that compounds and then compounds again. So, you know, you got to, like you said, have mental fortitude. Oh, you slowed down.
Trey makes it look very easy, whether you're one-handed or two-handed. Like, he just makes bowling look easy. Looks like he's just kind of gliding.
He can do whatever he wants with a ball.
He's just gliding to the foul line.
Just interesting to see how Trey's playing it and how Raymond's playing the lanes. Trey's trying to circle it, whereas Raymond's trying to throw it 100 up the gutter.
What's funnier is Raymond Archuleta right now, who's bowling.
Is commenting on the live stream?
Yes, that's him. I just saw him put his phone back on the table. His mom Michelle's been watching since yesterday. Thanks to those who've dropped in some notes on where you're watching from, who you're rooting for. We appreciate that. My man Steve, and shout out to Steve Decker, always a supporter of bowling, a supporter of me and wherever I'm at. So I appreciate Steve, and he is rooting for certainly some of the Tucson's finest. And Mr. Van Sickle there, high flush strike, baby. It was funny talking to him and Justin and Felipe this morning. And they walked in, and it was just me and Eddie Joe Torres here, and we were chatting, Eddie and I. And they walk in, and they say, well, what time does bowling start? I thought it started at 8. And I'm like, no, it starts at 9. I think check-in was supposed to begin at 8. And they were like, nah, I think I heard him say 8 o'clock yesterday on the mic. And I'm like, he might have said 8 check-in. And Brian goes, I'm a guy who generally gets there 15 minutes before, and he looks down at his watch and was like, it was 7:50. He's like, I'm 10 minutes early. now I got to wait.
Hey, he might have his new routine now.
He might, man. Jamie Weber's watching from Omaha, cheering for Ryan Powers. Yeah, share this thing across the state of Nebraska, because, you know, again, you can't count the chickens before they hatch, as the saying goes, but there's absolutely nothing that Ryan Powers has done through a day and some change now that suggests to me that he's just not going to get to the show. Weird things happen in bowling, but that dude's been fantastic.
On fire.
Kalen watching from Amarillo, of course, which is Mason's hometown. Bowling wife duties from home. I respect that. Ball Brothers, always one of my favorite channels on YouTube. Best name, perhaps, in all of bowling content. Ball Brothers Bowling. Check them out. Keen was here bowling yesterday. That Mason Orion, the shot was ridiculous. It was very interesting. To this moment in time, and I'm not seeing it actually a lot today, which maybe that's a byproduct of the field or, of course, the additional re-oil today, but that piece, which felt like probably like 8, 9-ish, 10-ish, to where if you got the ball going in that direction, it was like 50-50 whether or not it was going to go left, or if it continued on the path that you wanted it to, you're thinking, okay, this is right where I want it, it's going to do what I want, and then you wash out, or a 2-8-10, or some other ridiculous leave in a zone at the break point where you would feel comfortable putting your bowling ball on a 34-foot pattern. It was very strange.
I think that's just a byproduct of where everybody was trying to play things. You know, you had some people trying to play urethane in, some playing urethane right. So you just had just every line going everywhere.
Carl, to your question, it's actually at the bottom of the standings graphic. So on the next one here that I'll have up on the screen, I'll try to adjust that and move it up so you can see the full thing. But it is at the bottom, both the prize fund and the Calcutta.
I'm assuming that was Carl Long.
Who asked about
The
prize
Calcutta?
funds?
Yeah.
Correct, yes.
He's so needy, isn't he?
Also, hello to Christine, who is Mason's mom. We appreciate them. The Edmonton family watching. Steven Scott watching from the D. Shout out to Detroit. Appreciate you, Steven. Mindy's watching, rooting for Ryan. A lot of Ryan Powers fans. A lot of Ryan Powers fans here. I'll tell you what. And he's doing everything that you could do. He's now moved over to 17 and 18, so he's out of range right now.
Looks like he's still striking, though.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if there's a player in the field when they move away from the camera and you can't see them, but just don't worry about Ryan Powers. He's probably going to be okay. Now, when we get to game 10 and 11, that's when we can be concerned, but that concern is for everybody in the field because we just don't know what the lanes are going to look like pair to pair at that point.
Looks like Mason's able to get his urethane feel a little bit more than game 1 off the gutter. So his ball reaction is getting stronger and better. There you go, Matty.
Matt Jones, tough start here. I feel like 9 and 10 may just not be the pair for him. Because, you know, I saw him yesterday shoot 170-ish on that pair, and he just got his first strike through 5 on that pair with an open, or 2 opens, excuse me.
I feel like there's some pairs in this house where it's like you have to just absolutely hit on it. Like there's no way to be nicer. You have to grab on it to get it to go through the pins.
Trying to remember the first time I saw Mason. It might have been at the New Mexico Open. Maybe it was the Cactus Classic. I don't recall, but I was like, wow, this young man, he's got a very bright future ahead. Kind of reminded me of like Ben Perry, where from the, you know, they're both two-handed lefties, but it wasn't really about that. It was just the first time seeing them, they have something about them that draws you to what they do with the bowling ball.
They're pretty close.
Yeah.
In like physical games too. Like not the highest rev rates, not the highest of ball speeds, but can manipulate a ball pretty well. Speaking of Ben, he just got cleared to bowl again. So he had surgery. He just got cleared to bowl again. And he was telling Matt, Carl, and a couple of us on Tuesday night, he's like, I can't be anchor. I can't be trusted. Do you know what he shot in the 2-hole?
Probably 820.
He flagged an 8-pin for 790.
Good Lord.
So the 3-month break was fantastic.
Sometimes we need a break, whether we want it or not. Especially, I feel like especially in bowling, but that's kind of true with anything.
A couple bowlers from Arizona are texting me right now, and they're calling it a Matt Jones versus Brett Wolf title match.
Hey, it's certainly on the table. If this was the Cactus Classic, they'd somehow end up bowling in the first round. Because that's how those things always happen somehow at that tournament.
I feel like that's every tournament in Arizona right now. If they both make cut, they're bowling each other sometime, whether it's the first round or the title match.
All right, waiting for pins on 6. Quickly check in on Matt Zweig over there. Matt Jones on your left. Matt's taking on, well, Jones, excuse me, is taking on Juan Fei. Sainz, Matt Zweig is taking on Josue Rivera. And both of those players from Mexico, respectively. Nice group of the players making the trip, as Daniel always has told me. They've a nice group that comes over to bowl this tournament every year.
It looks like Jonesy has found his way.
All right, let me add the new scores for you and get you the update after 3 games. I have that for you on the screen here in just a second. Let me throw 1 through 4, though, on the bottom right there for you. Still see what's going on 1 through 4 at the moment. Seeing some scores that are starting to kind of dip just a little bit.
Not as many 5, 6, 7 baggers as the previous couple games. Oof.
As Joaquin said, the fresh looks a little, they look a little bit more open to start today. And I think that's very fair to say.
Oh, it's got to push.
All right, so look at the standings. This is after 3. And then at the bottom left there, you see prize funds and Calcuttas and such. That actually doesn't, it goes to 16th in both of those spots, so I'll move that up as best as possible in a minute. So you see Powers with the lead. He's at a 60-pin advantage right now over Mason Edmondson. Kyle Ponzo on third at plus 263, followed by Brian Van Sickle fourth at plus 262. Brett Wolf fifth. How about Brett Wolf? 245, 222, 257, as we talked about. He is now fifth, a pin back of fourth, but at plus 261. And Matt Jones is now 51 pins back of fifth place.
Oh.
You see young Raymond Archuleta. So Ponzo is 3-0, Powers is 3-0, Archuleta is 3-0. Those are the only 3 bowlers who are undefeated through the first 3 matches here this morning.
And Raymond had to take down 3 like really tough ones back to back.
I forgot who he beat in game 1, but then he beat Brett Wolf. And in the way he did it, right, Brett gave him an opening, he took full advantage. He struck out 9th and 10th frame to win. And then he defeated Matt Jones in game 3.
Oh, that's impressive.
All right, let me move this up for those interested in the bowling meeting. That's what I like to refer to the Calcutta as.
I don't know if you saw what Trey just did, but he left the 3-6-10 and he took the 3-pin, the 6-pin out of it.
Happens a lot. I feel like that happens way more now than it used to. Good shot for Matt Jones. He's got a 4-bagger. Again, 6,000 for first, 3,000 for second, 1,500 for third, 1,250 for fourth, 1,050 for fifth, and we are taking 5 to the finals. I'll double check that as well. everybody who advanced today will take home some dough. And then obviously you see the Calcutta portion to the right.
Oh.
And that is 5 in a row for Matt Jones. What game is this, 4?
Yes.
Young Juan Fei.
That's a good shot.
He is, I don't know his age, but I know between him and Raymond, probably the two, for sure Raymond, and assuming Juan Fei, also one of the youngest players remaining in the field. I think Matt and Juan Fei crossed with each other yesterday. I don't know why I'm thinking that.
I believe they did.
Yeah, because, you know, first game, Matt shot 250 plus. And Juan Fei was kind of in that same zone, and he just couldn't get his ball to go to the pins the right way. And then he got into that 2-8 situation a lot on cue, like very similar to that, but he saw it a lot more in game 1. And then he popped over to game 2, and then he shot 250. And that's when Matt then shot 170.
Oh, good shot there.
Mason Edmondson. Wait, shoot. Who did he bowl?
I think he won. I think he shot 230.
He did shoot 230, right? That one's in the books. 237. 197. Can't think of his opponent at the moment.
Van Sickle.
Thank you. We got a interesting match brewing on 5 and 6. We'll go to that here in a moment. Strike there for Jared over on 1 through 4, bottom right of your screen. Jared can shoot 187. Jared trying to figure it out. He did shoot 210 in game 3, but unfortunately wasn't a losing effort. And his opponent Noah can shoot 221. All right, Mason shot 197. Thank you, Caitlin. So Mason now going to be 2 and 2. As you watch today, folks, appreciate you have hit that thumbs up for us. And if you have not subscribed already, go ahead and subscribe to Volstream TV, of course, on our YouTube channel. I'm trying to get to 10,000 subscribers by the end of the year. We're close. Many of you subscribed yesterday. We appreciate that. I certainly do. Almost, we're right at about 9,800. I'm thinking the age and all might put us over the top. Okay, Matty.
He's a bad, bad man.
He's got a knack for striking. Not everyone has that. I certainly did.
That's why I
was
bowl
not
with
my
him in
ability.
He does all the striking. I'm just there for vibes.
I knew he was cool when I first saw him, my first Cactus Classic event. I think he was wearing some Jordan 3s. And I was like, oh, this is my guy right here.
That's a good shot. And it hooked. All right.
Mike Spare puts him to 222. He is going to be 3 and 1. Josue trying to get his first victory of the day. Also, if you wouldn't mind to share what you're watching, feel free to follow us on Facebook as well, Volstream TV. Sean putting together a game here. Is he bowling Brett Wolf?
He is.
Trey Ford, very possibly. Seems unlikely, but it's still possible that he could sneak out of here with a 181 win. But Raymond's got a single pin to handle in the 9th. If for some reason he doesn't handle that, he's going to make it very intriguing in the 10th frame.
I wish in between games. Break it up for me.
Heard some video game conversations. Are you a gamer?
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm terrible at games. If it's not on easy mode, I can't win.
If it's not on easy mode, that was fantastic. Did Josue just miss that? Yeah, he did. Wow.
Oh. Sean just chopped a spare.
Very, very interesting turn of events there.
It looks like he's got 2-0 left if he strikes out.
Oh, Raymond has just handled his business. He struck first shot in the 10th frame. So he's going to take 30 bonus pins and get a win over Trey Ford.
Matt Zweig is lofting the fronts.
Jarrett lost to Noah, 220 to 163. So nicely done there from Zweig. Took the opportunity.
Zweig got his first win.
Yeah, very surprising for Matt. And that's really the difference from him dropping from second to, no, first to 8th. Now he will have 30 bonus.
He's going over the fronts, which tells me he thinks his ball is burning up. Well, Emil, I appreciate you letting me hop on the booth. I think we're going to grab some food.
That's a good idea.
And I'll see you next month in Chandler.
I'll be there. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
My guy, Sean Truskowski. All right, 205 from Zweig. Nicely done. He's on the board with a victory. Trey Ford with a fill shot to go. I'll show you that and see if that can be something that he can figure out here. Now that's got to stay on the lane, and it will not. Well, that's interesting. Seen a couple of, well, I saw a ton of gutters yesterday. So the gutter situation is a big possibility. So while we have a little bit of a break, that gives me a good opportunity to bring back the standings for you. This is after 3 games in their entirety. Again, prize fund, Calcutta payout as well. And boy, we're only into moving into game 5. We're already hearing some bowling balls kind of being tossed indirectly where they make a little bit of noise. It sounds like the old frustration toss, which if you bowl, you kind of know what that sounds like. Matt's moving Jones, that is going to 11 and 12. Zweig is making the jump back down to, looks like 1 and 2. He's going to bowl Brian Van Sickle. Mason Edmondson moves to 5 and 6. Eddie Joe Torres, let's see, he is moving down to, I'll tell you in a minute. Looks like Kyle Ponzo perhaps is going down to what would have been 7 and 8. Sean Lavery and Brett Wolf. I think they both with a 10th frame to go on what looks to be a very close match. I see what looks to be 153, 155, so that could be a 2-pin match over on 13 and 14. Ryan Powers is going over to 9 and 10. He's going to face Eddie Joe Torres. Be a good match and see kind of where those two are still playing right now. Unfortunately, okay, so Sean guttered in the 10th frame, it looks like. So he went gutter 8 to shoot a $160 and some change. Seeing that right? He stand up. No way he did that. Yeah, unfortunate. He got it on a spare. Van Sickle. Nice shot, wasted no time. Let's take a look at Kyle Ponzo. Well, this Ponzo Archuleta match. Talking about a nice battle of, oh no, he's not rolling him, excuse me. Archuleta's taking on Noah. Who is Ponzo bowling? Nice early double. Matt Jones opens with a strike on 11 and 12. Ooh, Powers and Eddie Joe. And now Matt Jones will take on Sean Lavery. We'll pop over to that one here in a moment as well, but you can see it bottom right there. Ponzo next door. That's a 4-9 on lane 5. He is taking on Mason Edmondson. So some good matches here as we open up competition in game number 5. We got 16 of them total. So if you got something to do, football to watch, oh shoot, football's on, huh? The time zone has got me this weekend. The coffee is starting to make its way across the building. For those who had to get up early, and obviously there's some roommates and friends of those who are supporting their respective players and friends. Of course, if you're not bowling, you're like, all right, I might need a little bit of something to watch all 16 games. We look at Eddie Joe Ryan Powers, Matt Jones, Sean Lavery, both starting with a double. On the kind of prime matchups right now. Oh, wow. Oh, my. Oh, my. Oh, my. That was wild. So the 6-pin twirled and actually moved in front of the rack where it wouldn't pick it up, and of course it was swept away. That is, you don't see that very, very often. That was intriguing. Watch the spin-a-rooney on 11 here. I'm sorry, yeah, 11. Watch the 6-pin. It gets hit, actually. It was like almost taken out, but it just moves forward. And then Matt tells us that, yeah, he kind of topped that one a little bit. And he probably makes it. He tried to give it a run. It's almost like that initial adrenaline moment, right? When you open up a block. Scores are a little bit higher, so you go, all right, there's some score to get. I'm going to go out and get that. That's right, Rep. You knew what I was saying. Shout out to Harlem Heat and Booker T. But so everybody kind of came out. Some players able to come out firing immediately, and then just like any other block, right? To me, especially, you know, to me this is just 2 8-game blocks today, right? 16 games, 2 8-game blocks when you think about it. There's no break, though. They're just bowling straight through. But there are lulls in each of those blocks, generally speaking, and they're about a game or two. And most of it's due to transition, right? So this is about that time where you start to kind of really look at where people are playing, how they're playing, and then look at the scoring pace as a whole. And then I can also tell, this is based on experience, but being inside the center, there can be mood changes. All right, there's mood swings, and there's mood swings in the bowling center. And the energy gets to be a little bit different for those in attendance who are competing based on how they're bowling, obviously. And sometimes that permeates throughout the venue. All right, so nice, not quite even, but Van Sickle with a 10-pin advantage right now over Zweig on 1 and 2. There's Matt, bottom right of your screen, and gets out of trouble, almost leaves a 2-pin. Raymond Archuleta struggling. He's opened 3 of the first 4 frames against Noah Krupchak. Mason Edmondson has gone strike, spare, 3-bagger against Kyle Ponzo, who's gone strike, split, strike. So we'll watch Mason here in a moment. We do have scores, looks like after 4 games. Speaking of Mason, he's third at plus 327. Ryan Van Sickle second at plus 329. Ryan Powers is first. Powers still leading the way, plus 419, and that's a huge win for Powers. He shot 199 and got a victory, and that's one of those where you say, man, you'll take it, right? You don't have your best score, yet you still somehow get 30 bonus pins. Brett Wolf is fourth, plus 297. Matt Jones right now in fifth at plus 262. Kyle Ponzo, a few pins back, now at plus 249. And Noah Krupchak slowly creeping on the come up. Krupchak at plus 208. All right, we'll take a maneuver over as the dead wool clear is about to take place down there. Look at Mason Edmondson here on 5 and 6, along with Kyle Ponzo. Oof, and Noah, just a tough break there, leaving a 7-10. You don't want to allow Archuleta to kind of start feeling good about this particular game, especially with the slow start. Edmondson wrapped a 7. Boy, that one reminded me of what J.D. Vance did yesterday. I think it was in the 8th frame final game, which ultimately cost him being here in bowling this morning. Powers is clean through 4, looking for his first strike. I hope, even though the rules are changing, of course, but I hope Ryan Powers has got at least 3 more Black Widow pink urethanes, and wherever he can throw them, he should still make sure he should throw those, because he does not miss a lot with that bowling ball in his hands. Quickly to Zweig. See what Van Sickle's doing against him. And boy, Matt has had some scores shot at him so far here in these first couple of games, and it could be happening again. Eddie Joe struck in the 5th. This could be the game for Eddie Joe. You see Edmondson right at your screen there. He did strike in the 7th. Go back over to 9 through 12 in a moment. Let's see if Zweig can figure something out here. Perhaps 1 and 2 is just not a friendly pair for him. Wow. He gave it a run indeed. If you're just joining us, you're watching the Oasis Scratch Invitational. First time this event has been live streamed, and I appreciate the Uribarri family for having me out. Seeing a lot of players that I've gotten to, for the most part, very familiar seeing a lot of, especially those from Phoenix. Even though Mason's not from Phoenix, he's been at several events that I've been at. And getting a chance to see some new players that I've unfamiliar with. And that's always the cool thing, at least for me, with regards to tournament bowling. It's just getting to see players that maybe you haven't seen, never met before. I've seen Brian Van Sickle before, though. It's been a little bit. But, man, he's still the same really, really good dude that I've seen, or that I saw the last time, whenever that was. Mr. Powers. It took him 4 frames, or 5, excuse me, to get going, but that's his first double, and he needed it against Eddie Joe Torres. Matt Zweig, by the way, went to definitely something that is reactive, maybe a much stronger piece. Van Sickle, by the way, already has 279 once on the board today. He shot it in game 2 and, of course, got a victory. And he is now 2 frames away from shooting 279 again. This time it might get him into the lead. Meanwhile, Sean Lavery, 229, 159, 247, 161. So it's been a tough pattern for Sean, but if he can somehow figure out a way to finish this game, It'll be just what the doctor ordered here in game number 5. Oh, oh, that went from being egregious to excellent all in a matter of a second. Eddie Joe. Matt Jones trying to keep pace. And the week 10. All right, Van Sickle, 10 pin in the 10th frame. We'll watch his 10th frame here in a second. Raymond Archuleta, no look right now on 3 and 4. He actually went to the bag, tried to grab, or did grab a new piece of equipment. Mason Edmondson just split in the 9th. Well, if Ponzo can find a way to strike in the 9th, at least a double in the 10th, he will make Mason have to show up in the 10th frame. Real quick, let's look at that 9 pin from Sean Lavery. You saw the break there for Zweig at the bottom of the screen, and then the 9 pin says maybe. Oh. And then Van Sickle, unfortunately, he missed an opportunity there. Potentially, if he does not make this, he's going to get the victory, of course. But in a long format like this, and you got a chance to, you know, shoot 250. You don't want to let those opportunities get by you. It's like the opposite, right? Where you miss a spare and then it's obvious. You let pins get away from you. But if you got a chance to shoot 250 and then you open in the 10th, I mean, that's just as bad. From in a long format, you look back on it late in the match. Now, he still possibly could have the lead. It's based on what Ryan Powers does here. But the way things have gone, and Eddie Joe has missed the spare, unfortunately. We'll watch one more fill shot here. See what Zweig has in his hand. Hard to tell what it is. He's lofting, reactive now, and still can't get the pins to go, or the ball to go through the pins the right way. Oh, Ponzo. Nicely done there. Big split conversion, but unfortunately, that one's not going to matter. Mason Edmondson with another victory. Wow. Well, Powers is going to make Eddie Joe work for it here. This thing is now a 4-pin match between Torres and Powers. Nice washout conversion for Noah. And Noah run 3 and 4. He can max at 201. 247 for Sean Lavery when he needed that. That's actually his second 247. Shot one in game 3. Problem is he's on this pattern of 220, 150, 240, 160. Now he shot 240 again. Meanwhile, Torres, he's given Powers the opportunity to take the dub. Question is for Eddie Joe, can he make Ryan work for it completely? If he strikes here, he's going to need at least a double. Speaking of, or will need a double, I should say. Speaking of Ryan Powers. Right now, it would be double and 5 if Eddie Joe Torres can bring 2 more here in the 10th frame. Yeesh. All right, so now Ryan will need the first 10 in the 10th. One, two, three, unfortunately 4 splits for Archuleta. He's going to be in the 130s. And he was wasn't quite cruising. He had a great start. He was 4-0, but he's going to drop his first match. Meanwhile, Noah Krupczak just continues to win matches. He lost his opening one and then has won now the last 4. Powers has to have the first hit in the 10th to win this match and go to 5-0. There it is. Ryan Powers is here, folks. And I know his mom is watching, and he's got a lot of fans watching today in this chat. And watching from wherever you may be watching from, and he is not disappointing. So now he is going to be the only player still through 5 games to be undefeated. Fortunately, looks like he's waiting for his bowling ball to return. Bowling ball's like, hey, or not the bowling ball, excuse me. Ball return is like, all right. Like the Peterson. You got to make him wait just a little bit. Folks, we are just getting started. It is not even the afternoon yet here, of course, in the Mountain Time Zone. And we'll be kind of nearing the halfway point. What time did we start? Started about 9:10 today. 5 games in 2 hours. Uh-oh, I hear a lot of yelling coming from the bar area. Someone's favorite team must have already scored 233 to 215. Ryan Powers 5-0. Like quickly getting underway now, Matt Zwei. He has been first to start a lot of matches today. Big move left there for Zweig and a different bowling ball. I feel like for Matt too, I mentioned the big board, of course, and everyone can see what the standings are. You know, he came in a very favorable position. And obviously you'd like to stay there, but with 16 games, you know, there's going to be times where things are going to perhaps be a little bit awry. Fight your way through some adversity, some battles. And that's what Matt has been trying to do here early in this match play round. will he have and find something consistent? That's the question as he takes on Kyle Ponzo. Battle of the only two Agent Ong champions, excuse me, in the history of that tournament. The trilogy is upcoming, October 16th through the 19th. And I'm sure Carl and Theo still taking entries if you're interested in that. Multiple ways to, or multiple squads, I should say, to bowl. Some sweepers as well to participate in. Raffles and all kinds of things to be involved with there at Bolero Kyrene. Again, October 16th through the 19th. If you can't make it, of course, I'll be there. And you can watch on Bowlstream TV. 2 pin there for Ponzo. Brett Wolf's headed to 11 and 12. Anthony Strickland just finished up his match. Mason Edmondson has moved down all the way to 17 and 18. Or no, sorry, it looks like he's on. Yeah, he's on 17 and 18. Again, 7 and 8, unfortunately, to be taken out of play this morning due to a breakdown that required a little bit more force, if you will, to fix. So 7 and 8, or 17 and 18 became 7 and 8. Jerry Ringener making his way back down to 1 and 2. He's going to face Raymond Archuleta. And Matt not feeling that one. Is that a reality he's got in his hand? It looks like it. The color scheme suggests reality. All right, while we wait there, 9 through 12, Trey Ford taking on Sean Lavery. We are now into game 6. That, you didn't see that shot. Well, you saw the bottom right of your screen there. But what I was describing with Sean Truskowski is that there would be some bowling balls, especially if you were playing to the right or to the left. But specifically, I saw the righties deal with this more. That there was just a point where your ball looked like it was going to start to hook at the end of the pattern. And it did exactly what Matt's ball did. It got really like the ultimate lazy. Like, it just came in after a hard day's work and just laid right out on the couch and took a quick nap. That type of lazy. That's what bowling balls have been doing. And he just let the super wash out. We've seen the 1-2-4-10, a lot of 2-8-10s in those scenarios. I mean, the players would actually be happy with a bucket as opposed to obviously 2-8-10 situations. Well, I guess everybody wouldn't be happy with a bucket. That is not the favorite spare for most. And on cue, wow, Zweig leaves a 2-4-8-10 in the same situation. And right now, it just doesn't matter what he's throwing. Archuleta, I think, is kind of in that same boat where they've kind of lost the look. But even then, like yesterday, it just didn't look that drastic. And then he sends the 2 right in front of the 10. It's wide. So he almost made the super washout. Got 4, almost makes the 2-4-8-10. Juan Fei, excuse me, just made the 4-9 over on 5 and 6. This is where some players, I mean, they might need a little bit of extra energy. we reached a point, folks, I think, where the lanes are simply doing something that I don't think they did yesterday. They're transitioning in a little bit of a different way. And it makes sense from the vantage point of condensed field. To some degree, they did start very well. Like, scores were higher first few games, but I feel like overall we're probably in the same amount of urethane. But the additional caveat here is just a little bit difference in regards to I think they were just playing tighter overall. One more re-oil, of course, this morning, which, you know, when you think about the stepladder finals, shoot, what's that going to look like? Appreciate you checking in too, Keith. 7th year of this tournament. First time they've added the addition of live stream. You saw there on the right on 13, was that Anthony Strickland who just put one in the channel? There's been a few channel dwellers this morning too. But the man has been Ryan Powers, who starts with the front 5. And there's just not much, no mistakes theoretically for Ryan Powers, man. His low game today is 199, and he somehow managed to get a victory with that. And when you can win with those types of numbers, you're already bowling well, and then you shoot your low game and you still win and get 30 bonus spins, you know it's going about as well as it can go. The one thing we haven't seen a ton of is players kind of move left with urethane. But I'm curious if that would work. I mean, Trey has kind of done it a little bit, but not really much. Josue Rivera did it in game 1. He was about 15 or so at the arrows. I think that would work much better now as opposed to doing it on the fresh. Meanwhile, Sean Lavery's starting to wake up a little bit here. He's got strike spare 4-bagger. Swag. Figuring it out as, of course, on the fly. That's what bowling is about. All right, we'll have our game 5 tallies here in a moment. Put those on the screen for you. Powers is nearing a 100-pin lead, but still, tons of bowling left. Tons of bowling left. Sean Lavery, who gave out lessons when he didn't have to. He and D-Ron were on a team up to handle or put on a clinic on Friday evening, and they didn't get the minimum number of entries that they needed to conduct it. Another great shot. But what he did for those who did show, ended up being 4 players who did show up, and he just coached them over on 1 and 2 for free, took time individually for each player. I'm not sure how long it went, as Power's now with the front 7. But I was here for a good majority, or at least the early portion, I should say, of watching them, and that was really cool. The excitement on the individuals' faces, too, were just truly priceless. Getting that opportunity to learn from a pro. Ford. And Trey is the defending champion here at this tournament. Yo, once we get to like game 10, it's kind of like, okay, then that's when you might start to really feel like we're starting to run out of games, especially for those who need a huge run to try to make the show. I think Zwei just stoned an 8-pin. His reaction said it all. I just see an 8-pin up there. It's one thing to kind of go light mixer 8. Yeah, he absolutely crushed that shot. Just like Sean did. Well, we could see a couple of big scores here. Oof. That might be the first time today where, you know, Ryan Powers maybe leaked one a little bit. And I think that also goes to show yesterday that probably would have hooked. There was some much more opportunity for hook off the 1-2. But and even going back to Friday, right? The pattern was laid down for the sweepers. Then again yesterday, of course, for qualifying just once. And now this morning again for match play. Wow. Well, not what Sean wanted to do, obviously, in the 10th frame. The good news is that he did have enough to shut out Trey Ford, who can only get to 243. Powers experiencing some of the similar things he just saw on lane 12. Brett Wolf can still shoot .232. I'll get Game 5's update and scores on the screen for you here in a moment. Trying to figure some things out here. But Sean again gets away with the victory. His last 2 games now, he put together back-to-back games of 247 and 246. So he stopped that pattern of 240, 150, 240, 160. Just hearing players talk about differences in ball reaction that they are experiencing this morning. One of the more always intriguing things about bowling and how it works. All of a sudden, young Raymond Archuleta having some trouble. I mean, he was on a run the first couple of games. And he is just trying to find some semblance of normalcy all of a sudden. Maybe the lowest scoring match we might have today on 1 and 2. Kyle Ponzo opened in the 10th on 3 and 4. And might end up losing the match to Matt Zweig, who trying to find some level of consistency. Look over at Zweig here. You can see him bottom right. Let's go full screen. Powers is going to win, of course. Zweig has to strike here. He needs 30 bonus pins, and he dead aced it. Well, I just showed a replay of something. That was not the way that was supposed to work. But Zweig did dead ace that shot. This was after leaving an 8-pin in the 8th, split in the 9th. He missed the 8-pin, by the way. And then over on 5 and 6, Juan Fei in a low-scoring match. He's got a chance to win. So Noah Krupczak is going to get himself another victory. Noah has now won the last 5. Good view there of what's happening on the right lane for Matt. What a game. That's a game that I'm sure he probably thought he would not win, even have a chance of winning. But he wins it and gets 30 bonus pins. Meanwhile, 1 and 2. Somebody's got to get 30 bonus pins over there. The question is, who is it going to be? Looks like it's going to be Jarrett. Trey Ford's going to take on either Mason Edmondson or Anthony Strickland. Looks like on 11 and 12. Darren, good question. That is the Black Widow pink urethane. And there are a lot of pink bowling balls out there. You know, Motive's got a pink bowling ball, the Hyper Venom. On the pinkish scale, of course, Optimum Idol, excuse me. But yeah, that one's a Black Widow pink urethane from Ryan Powers, and it is getting the job done. And when he hasn't thrown that, he's thrown the Black Hammer 78. I think we talked about maybe he threw reactive like a frame or two earlier today. Maybe. Sean Truskowski was in the booth with me at that point. We were talking about that. Well, unfortunately for Raymond, he has now shot 130 in back-to-back games after opening with 215, 237, 213, 188. He won 4 in a row to start, including matches over Brett Wolf and Matt Jones, and now he has given back 140 pins in 2 games. We are nearing the halfway point of this block. Anthony Strickland has gone to the two-handed backup. This is what we saw him doing yesterday during qualifying, but he is at it early here. As we get into game 6, he started with the two-handed traditional riding style. Meanwhile, Brett Wolf starts with a 3-bagger. Mason Edmondson has started with a 3-bagger. We'll take you to 9 and 10 after Jared's fill shot here. Oh, sorry, spare shot, I beg your pardon. And now over to 9 and 10. Let's throw the standings up on the screen while we have a moment as well. So scores again after 5 as we just wrapped up game number 6. Ryan Powers plus 482. Brian Van Sickle plus 393. Mason Edmondson plus 362. Brett Wolf 4th at plus 332. Matt Jones 5th at plus 251. Kyle Ponzo, who shot 168, was 6th. And for Kyle, he's now going 186, 180, 168. Noah Krupsak plus Ponzo, by the way, plus 229 after 5. Krupsak plus 227. And he just got himself another victory. Noah has now won his last 5. And you're at the point in the block again where no one's lighting them up. And so bonus pins are really important. It's a tie at plus 181 between Eddie Joe Torres and Matt Zweig after 5. Trey Ford still hanging around at plus 126 after 5. Raymond Archuleta, I talked about him, and boy, Raymond was on his way up, man. And now he is giving back a ton of pins. At this point, the focus now, I think, is on Sean Lavery, who shot back-to-back games of 247 and 246 respectively. Well, after the good, wonderful start from Mason, he's now going back-to-back splits. This pattern has now played the toughest by far. As of where we are in this tournament currently, based on what we watched yesterday, and certainly the sweepers. All right, Eddie Joe Torres over on 5 and 6. Front 4 against Matt Zweig. Could be Brett Wolf's opportunity here. He's already got 257 on the board today. Brett's low game today is 205. But he actually lost his only match of the day shooting 222, and that was in game 2 against Raymond Archuleta. All right, Eddie's got the front 5 on 5 and 6. We'll check him out here in a moment. If you're joining us late, it is now just 5 minutes past the noon hour Mountain Time here in El Paso, Texas. Emil Williams Jr. here with you. Boldstream TV live coverage here of the Oasis Scratch Invitational. It's the 7th annual event here from Oasis Lanes. We've got the top 16 players after 8 games of qualifying yesterday. 16-game round robin. We are into game 7, so nearly halfway done with the block. We began at about 9:10 a.m. Mountain Time. Oh, Brett Wolf. I've never met someone more excited to turn 50 than Brett Wolf. We were talking about it again yesterday. But he's going to turn 50 on July 26th, if I remember correctly, which is then, of course, going to be at the end of the PBA 50 season. So he'll probably, or would have to wait, certainly to bowl a full season, of course. He'll have to wait another year. But he is, I mean, chomping at the bit to bowl and get in some of the senior action. He's going to be one of those dudes that bowls the senior event and then still bowls the regular or Masters event. And he's going to bowl really well in both and maybe even win both because he's still that good. It's very, but that's Brett Wolf, obviously. Welcome in the booth here in game 7.
What's going on?
Daniel. I'm sorry, Dante. You look like your dad.
I get that a lot.
Dante Uribarri. Good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Enjoying some good bowling. Looks like some of them are finding it this game after struggling in the previous game. I know Eddie Joe had
It's tricky.
Eddie Joe had one of those games last game, so good to see that he had front 5 here working on his spare.
It is very tricky out here. They're definitely playing, I would say, the hardest they've played. Maybe with the exception of, I guess if you, now that I say that, and thinking about how games 7 and 8 actually took its toll on a lot of players yesterday.
Right.
And the number did drop at about this time.
Right.
So that actually might be on brand.
So, I mean, it looks like
they were tricky before that, though, honestly.
Yeah, but it looks like people are finding it on the same pairs and struggling on the same pairs. Nobody's been like, I know 1 and 2 hasn't been like the nicest of people. 5 and 6 has been great to see.
5 and 6 has been pretty solid overall.
Let's see.
Ooh, Brett Wolf.
Get out of the 8-pin.
Oh, that's huge. Eddie Joe
just
Torres.
carried a bucket. That's not, it took Eddie Joe 4 frames to beat his last game.
He said that.
He wasn't lying. He wasn't lying.
He said that in a joking manner, which, you know, I took it as, all right, he didn't obviously bowl the greatest score, of course, but he said he had no look whatsoever on 17 and 18.
I watched like 5 frames, and it was hard to watch. Like, it was one of those where you're like, those look like good shots, and they just did the opposite of what they were supposed to do. So, yeah, he was not kidding. But see, like I told you yesterday, the guy has just a great mentality, you know. So he literally came up to me right now. He's like, I'm probably gonna shoot 279 because I think I need every single pin. And I was like, yeah, you kind of do.
We don't have the Game 6 update yet, but what's not going to matter right now is Brett Wolf. The strike here is going to put him in the 270s. And again, his low game today is 205. Speaking of Brett.
That's a great low game.
He is now going to be 6-1.
It's awesome.
And just another one.
Just so pure.
It reminds me, I often relate bowling a lot to other sports in ways that on the surface wouldn't make a lot of sense. But Brett never gets sped up.
Can we go back to lane 1? Did his ball go in between the 310?
If it did,
That is insane if it did.
that actually wouldn't be the first time somebody said that.
Today?
No, but Trey, I think Sean was telling me Trey Ford maybe took I think he took the 6 off the 3, 610.
Are you serious?
So it would have been the same thing.
Wow. 279 for Brett. Great finish.
Yeah, he just never gets sped up. Like, he's like a point guard. You know, the one that you need and want to keep your team,
Right.
run the offense, keep pace. Like, the dude never gets sped up. He just goes at his pace and just beats you up.
I'm surprised Matt has stayed in resin.
Well, so he was in urethane. And I think he really made the full switch to resin. I think it was game 5.
Okay.
Because he got to a point where he just didn't have anything consistent. So he was kind of forced to give it a look.
Right.
And then he ends up throwing and winning a game that he probably thought he was not going to win against against Kyle Ponzo.
They kept trading opens back and forth.
I mean, he dead ace the one he needed to get the 30 bonus pins. If you watch Eddie Joe,
Looks good. I don't think Matt liked that one. So so he tried something else there. I think he did go, I think he's still in resin, but he looked like he just moved everything right.
yeah, and he's got into that zone too where I was talking about yesterday. Well, it looks like you do everything right.
Eddie Joe really said he was going to go 270 this game. That's awesome. That's so funny. You gotta love this game. I bet he hated life last game, shooting 103.
103.
Shot 103 last game.
Wow.
I think he split 8 out of 10 frames.
Wow, there it is. How about that?
Look at that, 103 to 279. That is one way to get every pin back.
I can't say I've seen that type of difference.
I haven't either.
I've seen a lot of bowling.
That's insane.
103, 279. Wow.
Oh, man.
Again, Brett, 279, 224, the victory over Mason Edmondson. And now, man, I can't get over that.
I'm telling you, when he had the front four, he spared his 5th frame. I was on lane 1 and 2.
He said it. I heard him say it.
Yeah.
But when you put it in that context,
It's just fun. It's funny. That's how you get every pin back.
I mean, from 2 games, I'm only +9, so 103, 279. You know?
that's crazy.
That's funny. That's great. That is great. Let's see.
Meanwhile, Strickland here gets the first one of the 10th.
Who's on lane 12? You had Strike.
I believe that's Trey Ford. Yeah. Ryan Powers is over on 13 at 14.
Ryan
Matt
has
Jones.
been insane today. Ryan has been bowling incredible.
Well, the way it's shaping up, okay, and Ryan has just bowled so great. And Brett has bowled equally as good. The scores, Brett's scores have just been incrementally smaller.
Right.
Like a couple 2-0s in there, right?
Oh, he lost a 220 game.
And Powers has got 3 games or 4 games of 230 or better.
Yeah.
That's the subtle middle difference at the moment. Until Brett Wolf obviously just shooting 279. But between those two cats today, They have been kind of the talk of the tournament so far, and we're not even done, not even close to being done with match play.
We've got plenty of games left. It's still a little too early for people to fry out.
I don't know, man. They're hard today.
That's what I was hearing. I mean, Matt said the same thing earlier. And he was like, they're similar. They just seem a little harder.
They're definitely tight.
Said, yeah.
The thing that has been most notable, Ryan Powers had the front 7, I believe, in the last game.
Yeah.
And he leaked one right, and I think he left the 8-10, and the 2 fell. And I went, that's what let me know. And yeah, he probably missed right. But yesterday, his ball hooks from there.
Right.
Like, it's hooking from the gutter yesterday.
Right.
Today, I don't think that's existing pair to pair.
Yeah, he hasn't been as far right as he was yesterday.
And he probably saw that maybe he saw that in practice.
Yeah.
Right. So, all right. Well, ball's not peeling from there today. All right. Juan Fay over there putting together a game. I'll check him out real quick after Trey Ford's shot. And for Trey, he's had some games. He got off to a little bit of a slow start, 178, but he got a victory. He shot 150 in game 4. He also lost shooting 230, right? So it's a little bit of a up and down, but he hasn't really bowled bad.
No, he hasn't. No.
He's bowled well enough to be in the mix in the conversation as the defending champion should be. And with this amount of games left, we were talking about it. I mean, you give a guy like that more games, you're really obviously right. Any good player,
I mean,
more games, they'll figure it out.
This is exactly how he was last year. He wasn't putting the same amount of scores, but towards the later part, he just lined up so well at the end of the games that got him in there. And he ended up being first seed because he wasn't even like, I think he was in the top 4 to like the last 3 games, and he just lights out.
I could see that happening today, and not just with Trey Ford. It could be anybody.
Yeah. Noah, your sleeper pick from yesterday. Noah's creeping up there.
What you mean?
Yeah, he looks good.
So
picking up his spares and everything.
I asked him how to pronounce his name properly. It is a Krupsak, by the way. And then he said, I was listening. I heard you say that I could be the sleeper today. And he's like, thanks. I was like, yeah, man, it was pretty easy to tell.
Yeah, he does it great.
You had a couple of players to choose from. You're like, okay, he keeps it in play. The left looks pretty solid, right? Like nice. It's pretty even, I would say, on both sides. Yeah. And so they'll have some opportunity to score. Obviously, Brett's scoring, Mason's scoring, and you knew that from Mason, watching Mason yesterday.
Right.
And even Noah, watching him yesterday, of course. And I feel like there was one additional lefty lefties did make it today.
Fast 8, lane 1.
Noah, Brett.
Do you have
Mason.
the backup bowler?
Yeah, that's what it was. He was fooling me. He's not a backup bowler, but he has gone to that today.
Okay.
It just took him much later to do it.
Okay.
He started two-hand traditional.
He does it really good
today.
He does it really good.
You got to figure out where he's from.
I don't know why I wanted to think New Mexico.
Well, Raymond is from New Mexico. Not that matters whatsoever, but just from the New Mexico aspect, Raymond Archuleta is from there.
Okay.
He has struggled the last couple of games.
The last couple of games, I did see that.
By the way, Michelle, I know you were watching. He was on the high end, so I think, yes, he was on down there on 17 and 18 that game. But he's got to figure something out. Shot back-to-back games of 130. And it looked like, man, the way he started and the players that he beat, he beat Brett Wolf. He beat Matt Jones this morning.
Wow.
I was like, okay.
All right,
Raymond. I mentioned it yesterday. Like, this dude could make a run.
So he could get some confidence real quick.
And then he hit 3 and 4. 3 and 4, and then he did the same over on 1 and 2.
I'm telling you, 1 and 2 has not been nice to people today.
Well, Ponzo's decent. He'll take 204.
Oh, 100%.
And with that said, though, Brian Van Sickle is going to need a double in the 10th frame to take 30 bonus spins.
He's throwing it really good, Brian. Looks.
Yeah, I was telling this earlier. I don't remember the last time I saw him, but he's so good.
He's so awesome. Great guy. I always tell him he's one of the swaggiest guys I know.
Yeah, he's got like that quiet swag.
Yeah. Then once you talk to him, he's awesome. He's funny.
High flush. Must strike here for Van Sickle.
Let's see over there.
Zweig has gone down to 17 and 18. Not sure of his opponent, but he wastes no time getting matches started. Ryan Powers was facing Matt Jones.
Oh,
And I think, as you see, that is going to be an L for Van Sickle. And Brian had worked his way up to second. Let me get those scores up for you on the screen here. I'll do it in between or after this game.
I want to know if Ryan's on a string or not, because I think Matt Jones shot 210.
Yeah, Matt shot 210. Hard to tell from this angle, but it doesn't look like on the surface. Doesn't look like Powers is going to win that game.
No, right?
Might be his first L. Yep, he's going to lose. He could have shot 197. That was the max, I think, over there.
Before that shot, or that's his max now?
Yeah, I think he had 170. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Yeah, 177 in the ninth. But so he could not have won that game.
Yeah, he just put thumbs down. Made that easy for us.
All right, so Powers gets his first L.
To go 6-0 in this, though, to start, is incredible.
All right, we move to game number 8. And let's get some scores up on the screen for you.
Let's see here.
All right, so these are scores.
Those are game
I'm
5
sorry,
scores, yeah.
that's still game 5. I beg your pardon. Let me go ask Ian to send me those. I may have missed his airdrop.
There you go. All right. We get to see Matt Bull right here.
Sure, my man. All right, take care, all right?
All right, so we have Noah here now. Let's see.
What are you missing? Eddie, Joe's right there. Kyle and who? That's it? Kyle? Sean.
let you have the house, like if you did qualifying like we did, because we were done by what, 2 o'clock? Would they ever let you do 2 squats so you could have re-entries? And then you could make way more. Yeah.
I was looking like right now it's have 60 games.
Yeah.
9 non-NBA guys.
Right.
They're like, look, if you do that, you're going to flood with these guys. These guys are going to end up qualifying.
That's true. If you give them a second chance. Yeah. Yeah. And then they figure it out. Yeah. Yeah.
They're like, you know, we'll go like, and then he goes, out of 80, 90 people that you get,
Yeah, that's true. No, I agree.
and I'm like, you know, I get it, but like, well, people fucking be it.
Yeah,
But,
they do.
you know, and then they're like, how much of a difference is it going to make?
All right, folks, we've got I'm waiting on the game 7 because I missed the game 6 update. Raymond Archuleta back on 1 and 2. Looks like he's already got a better look, which is good. Last time he was on that pair, he shot a $130. Brian Van Sickle, he just lost a close match next door on 1 and 2. He's now on 3 and 4 in a pretty even match against Eddie Joe Torres to this point. Curious how many Cowboys fans there might be watching right now. They are playing the Bears, of course, which is where my fandom lies. All right, got some scores for you. Let's throw those on the screen and get you all caught up on what's happening here with game number 7. All right, there we go. Game 7. Ryan Powers plus 552. His first loss did come in game 7, shooting 195. Lost a close one to Matt Jones, who shot 210. Brett Wolf second now at plus 449. And again, Powers and Wolf, they've been the two best today. Mason Edmondson, and throughout it all, Edmondson has not dropped, I think, past third. His low game today is 197. So, you know, there have been some players who've been able to kind of minimize what could have been some significant damage. Van Sickle right now sitting in 4th at plus 431, and then there's a little bit of a gap between 4th and 5th right now. Matt Jones 5th at plus 282. Noah Krupsak is 6th at plus 237. Kyle Ponzo is 7th at plus 231. Trey Ford is 8th at plus 230. And Sean Lavery, his last 3 have been very good. He's also won the last 3 matches. He is now moved into a spot where he can formidably have the rest of the block to try to get a spot in the stepladder finals later today. He's at plus 224. And Eddie Joe Torres, you talking about minimizing the damage. The man shot 103 in game 6 and then shot 279 to get his pins back. That's crazy. And I tell you, folks, as tough as it has been for Matt Zweig, with 9 games left still, even though it's technically 8, this game's not over. So if he gets just a semblance of some level of consistent ball reaction, he can still make a run. Like, this dude is like grinding. Like the clips, he is grinding and trying to figure it out. But his day started in a kind of that weird grind of a 180. All right, Chris is a Cowboys fan. All right, Chris, well, I'm going to be honest with you. I wish I could watch that game. I'm very curious to see how the Bears are going to look against Dallas, specifically the Bears' defense, because offensively I think the Cowboys are really good at the moment. It's funny, in the preseason, the preseason, that game on the schedule looked like it was going to be, you know, one of the best of the week. And obviously that's why they schedule it for the afternoon. You know, they get the #1 team on it, et cetera, and so forth with regard to the broadcast team. And then both teams start very sluggishly. The old runaway Brooklyn. Mason is so smooth. That's the thing too with two-handed bowling, right? Because there is no there's no two-handed bowlers that are similar or the same. There's some similarities amongst them, certainly, but they just certainly don't throw the same. Much like any two one-handed bowlers. But I was talking about Trey Ford and, you know, just kind of gliding. He just glides to the line. Mason's kind of footwork is a little bit more methodical, right? But he does everything at the bottom perfect.
Just shot 289 front 10.
Brett. All right, Brett Wolf. Update from Sean Trzaskowski. He just shot 289. He had the front 10 down there against Matt Zweig. And that's the other thing for Matt. Boy, I tell you, every big score, it feels like, has also been shot against Zweig. So not only can he get a look, but then a lot of times he's out of the matches because he's got big game shot at him. It's crazy. With that said, though, okay, Brett Wolf, he just added plus 119. Somebody cue Ludacris. #1 spot. He's coming for it. Scheme, plot. Brett's got plus 568 all of a sudden. And he goes from trailing by 103 pins in second place to Ryan Powers to, shoot, if Powers were to not win his match, and of course shoot a low game at the same time, but he'd be out of first place for the first time. Where is Ryan Powers? Looks like he's on 15 and 16, I believe. All right, so Noah with back-to-back splits here. Gets back on it, 189 the max. Anthony Strickland, excuse me, pacing in the 190s. Lavery in a good battle here with Jarrett Ringener.
Did you get my card?
So
I think you crumpled it up and threw it.
No, I left it on the table.
I didn't grab that.
What lane were you on?
It was on 17 and 18.
So Brett Wolf today. Yeah, his last two games, of course, if you recall, we saw the 279 down on 9 and 10, or 11 and 12. I think it was 9 and 10. And then he just shot 289. All right. So, dude's on a heater. He's got 568 for the last two. And very possible that he could have the lead here. Meanwhile, Mason Edmondson just cruising. Right, putting up another game in the 230s. That was a well-bowled game, in fact, by Matt Jones. Just obviously not going to be enough for Edmondson, who's going to shoot 237. Anthony Strickland. He's only won, this is going to be his third victory, but he hasn't been able to put together big games like some of the other players in the field. That's the difference right now, but he will get another 30 bonus pins. And that was an important match for Noah. You know, if your opponent's shooting 180, 190 at you, those are the ones you do want to win. Oh, Eddie Joe Torres. Back down to 1 through 4 quickly here. Eddie Joe can shoot. He actually needs 9 to shut out Brian Van Sickle here. Really good match showing 3 and 4. Eddie Joe on the right of your screen needs 9. 8, we could have the possibility of a tie. 7, he could lose. Bang. Heck of a shot. Nice finish by Eddie Joe. So for Eddie Joe, that's 279, 228. Back-to-back wins for Torres. Look at Sean here. Van Sickle to your left. He'll finish up. He can shoot 226. And a little bit of a lazy 2.5 there. Brett Wolf, ladies and gentlemen. So through now 8 games, Brett Wolf, 245, 222, 257, 206, 205, and so key for Brett to win those matches. Right? He did lose with 208, then shoots 279 winner, then shoots 289 winner. He's got 19-11 for the first 8 games today. 19-11 for the first 8. All right, that is plus 311 for Brett Wolf. Plus 311 for the first 8 today. Oh, get a break, Sean Lowry. How about that? Wow. You talking about somebody who needed a break. Let's see how long this thing actually took to fall, if we can. Let me try to cue that up again. All right, there you go after the next shot. Uh-oh. Waiting, still waiting, maybe. Wow. What a crazy break. So quietly, again, Lavery now 247, 246, 212, 204, and he's won the last 4 matches. See if Raymond has figured something out here. Boy, I don't know what happened to my guy, Mr. Archuleta, who unfortunately just lost his entire look. Now, this might be a little bit of the inexperience. You know, he's 19 years old, so not sure, right, how many tournaments and sport patterns has he bowled on, right? But today, just a little bit different than yesterday. He started so well, and then, man, wheels have fallen off a little bit for our guy Raymond. All right, Zweig moves to game 9, I should say. I beg your pardon. Zweig facing Matt Jones. The Mats are bowling with one another or against one another. What an intriguing first 8-game block, folks. If you're joining us late and you're saying, man, what the heck happened the first 8 games? Well, here's the best that I can sum it up. All right. Ryan Powers, he did finish game 8. I don't know what he shot, but it was Ryan Powers' start who was lighting him up. He came in to today as the leader. He was at plus 191. Mason Edmondson was second. Matt Zweig was third. That was your top 3 this morning. Fourth was Van Sickle. Fifth was Ponzo. Sixth was Torres. Seventh was Brett Wolf. Keep that in mind for Brett Wolf. Power shot 259, 235, 215 out the gates. He won his first 6 matches, did Ryan Powers. And finally lost one in the 7th. Meanwhile, Brett Wolf shot 245, 222, 257, his first 3. He lost one of those. But his last 2, he's gone 279, 289. And Brett Wolf is plus 311 for the first 8 games. And he may he may have the lead here, potentially, speaking of Brett. It all depends on what Ryan Powers did. If Powers got a win, then Powers will still hold a small lead, more than likely. But my sleeper today, or 2, were Noah Krupsak, excuse me, and Raymond Archuleta. Raymond started very well, and unfortunately he's come upon hard times. Noah, meanwhile, is still hanging tough and was in 6th place after the first 7 games. But Brett Wolf has been on an absolute tear. Sainz versus Rivera over on 11 and 12. Take a look at Brett here on 5 and 6. I mean, it's at this point, it's kind of a expectation that we'll see Brett at least start with the first 3. He figured something out yesterday at the end, shooting 257. And that has carried over. That's what really great bowlers do, folks. They truly are learning every single time out. We are now on the other side. I heard Raymond Archuleta come back as he was getting a different bowling ball. He said 8 games down, halfway home. Let's see if we can figure something out. And that's the other thing. I mean, there's still opportunities for players. There's enough games and enough bonus pins. Anthony Strickland, I'm still waiting for him to kind of get going a little bit, and he's got plenty of talent. There's no doubt about that. If Zwei can figure, again, if he can get any kind of consistent ball reaction, any kind of consistency, I think he'll still make a run. But it feels like he's bowled every difficult opponent you can have in the first part of his block. All right, Sean Lavery started with a double next door. Full screen there. So you know what? Let's do this. Let's watch the right lane just to see that reaction there. Get a little bit of a better look from lane 4. Great shot. So he's got a 3-bagger. Matt Zweig, right now, he's hustling. He's got a 4-bagger. Back to Brett Wolf. And he is able to get a little bit of hook off the gutter, right? Which, again, hasn't been the same for a lot of players today. Look at Brett. All right, you'll see this ball. Right, a lot of players just haven't had that today, and that's where I think the ball speed obviously comes into play for Brett specifically. Caitlin Mason is. Shoot, where is he? He's on 13 and 14, I think. Well, Oklahoma's finest, Trey Ford. I think he's bowling against Mason there. And right now, Trey started front 4 split. Hard to see what lane 14 score is at the moment. Matt Zweig, he's got a 5-bagger, and I don't know. That might be his first situation where he's had more than 4 in a row, to be honest with you, today. Ooh, the twirl on the 5 to the right of your screen there. That was Ryan Powers. And he's got his hands on the back of his head, wondering how in the world did that not fall. All right, Mason struck. And Mason has the front 6, Caitlin. Front 6 for Mason Edmondson, taking on Trey Ford. Quick look at Lavery. Lavery Spar, left of your screen there, looking to keep his unblemished streak alive. Didn't like that one. Good break. Zweig's going to step off for a moment, take his time. Van Sickle is playing the strike spare pattern game. And that actually stopped, so he didn't strike on his good lane. He just left the 2-pin. Edmondson struck again, as you just saw on the right of your screen, and he has the front 7. Fortunate 2-8-10 leg, and for Zweig, it's like, okay, finally get a little bit of momentum.
What do you see, bro? What were you thinking?
All right, so Mason does have the or front 8. Is it 8? Yeah, he's got the front 8. He'll be up on the right, and we're looking at the front 9 possibly. Oof. He made this yesterday. So that was his 9th frame shot, 4-7-10, but he did make this. All right, so not that time. All right, so the open in the 9th. I don't think that's going to be enough for even Trey to get around. Trey's about to step up in the 9th in a moment. So after all of that, Zwei can still come away with a victory here. Brett Wolf, good match brewing here with Brian Van Sickle. The loft, bang. I would be very interested to, like, I would love to be in the brain of Matt Zwei, which could be very interesting. Because he thinks bowling a little bit differently. Which is why, again, I still think if he can just find something consistent, and he may have found it, the dude still might make a run at this. Meanwhile, Brett Wolf, late 3-bagger here. Mason, I'm sorry, Trey Ford can shoot 222. 222. So Edmondson is going to take home that victory. Let's go over to 5 and 6. Juan Fei looks like, and Josue. That one's going to come down to 10th frame. And 1 and 2. 1 and 2 might be the toughest pair today. But I feel like it didn't start that way. All right, got my guy, uh-oh. Yeah, Mrs. Zweig, I knew you would comment. I hoped you or Leia would comment there based on what I just said. Good spare from Brian. But I actually really do. Because I've watched Matt enough now. And I'm going in my head, I'm like, I actually am wondering what he is thinking. Like, what's he been thinking the last, let's see, how many games has it been? 180, 170, 150, 190, right? And that's just not even including the stuff that he was going through earlier when it looked like he had decent ball reaction, but it was still kind of iffy. I mean, he went through every trick in the bag. Meanwhile, there's this guy like Brett Wolf who who has had what looks to be, I'm sure there's been some level of small adversity, but he's been in a nice comfort zone.
He talked to me last game, and he said his second step was too slow.
Too slow?
Too slow. So once he figured it out, he went 567 for 2.
Too slow. That was before. So this was before he shot 568 for 2, and he still was bowling well, but not
That's
as well as he
800.
could have been, as he just shoots 800 for the last 3 games.
He's disgustingly good.
Too slow.
Yeah.
He does coach his B3 performance. Shout out to B3. Now I'm gonna, whenever the next time I might bowl, I'm gonna think about, is my second step too slow, and will it help me shoot 279, 289, and now a possible 258.
No hits.
Too slow.
So 816, roughly.
Yeah. 815. And it still didn't get him the lead. That's because Powers did shoot 245 in game 8.
And last time I was down there, he was winning his match as well.
Ryan Powers?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he was telling me that he decided just to throw his Pink Widow harder. And he feels they're opening up to where he doesn't have to be so exact.
Ooh, that's dangerous. Because, he's one of the rare ones on this pattern that has had, a little bit of area. An area on this pattern has been like a couple of boards. .246 for Brett. All right, you see Sean's bowling ball go on lane 3. And again, quietly, Sean and Lavery sneaking up on people. He's been
Making a
moving
run.
up the ladder. He thought after that early 4-game pattern where he went 229, 159. Then he shot 247, then he shot 161. Since then, 247, 246, 212, 204. And possibly now, as unfortunately Brian threw one in the channel, that we've seen that from a few players today.
Oh, gets it.
Another huge break there for Sean. He's won this this tournament twice. Historically, he could be the first person to win it 3 times. And then Trey Ford is trying to be the first or the second person
To win it twice.
to win it twice. Sean's going to be in the 230s. Not quite Brett Wolf-like, but it's moving him on up the leaderboard.
That's a good shot.
It's getting very interesting. It took a little while because I felt like all of a sudden the pattern started to turn into like a maze or like a 1,000-piece puzzle, right? Where you need some time to put together for most people, right? There's some folks whose brains work way differently, and 1,000-piece puzzle is probably not much at all. But for the majority of us, that will take some time, and I feel like that happened towards the end of what I'm calling the first half, obviously, of this block, right? Games like 5 and 6, and it was like,
I think what you're also starting to see is that, there's less traffic on the left. There's less people doing different things.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's probably trying to do the same thing, whether it's with a purple, an IQ 78, a black 78. And on the right, you're starting to see them more or less try to get more aggressive, get it through the fronts, get it down lane, instead of letting it hook earlier now. Look at There you go, Paso. Got a little firm with that. But even he told me he hasn't bowled much the last month, so he's tired.
I heard him actually tell you that. He was walking towards 1 and 2, actually, about not being in bowling, with the best bowling shape, which is a thing.
People just think it's pizza and beer.
Yeah, 16 games is a lot. Even for the most conditioned players, right? I mean, 16 game blocks aren't normal. those are very few and far between. And so, but if you bowl tournaments on a regular basis, your body is more apt to be able to withstand 16 straight. That most people still rather bowl 16 straight than then break in the middle.
Yeah, it's like bowling like a city or local state tournament where it's doubles, singles in the morning, team, vice versa, and you take that 2-hour break for lunch and re-oil and stuff like that. It's brutal.
Yeah, you got to get that, got to get rewarmed, the body acclimated again. For those who do stretch, which is certainly encourageable. All right, let's get these standings up after 8 games.
This could be a fun one. Brett versus Paso.
No one's going to be on 3 and 4. Of course, the first player to begin a match. Zweig is starting to remind me a little bit of some of the fastest. Of course, I spent a lot of time on the women's tour. So the fastest players on the women's tour are like Shannon Pluhowski, who is always first to go, no matter what. She's the first to go and the first to finish. And I swear, Matt has been, maybe that's just the way it's worked out today, but he has started every match, every game, it seems like, before everyone else.
I also think that's how he likes to bowl, the tempo, more or less.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
For him, maybe it's one of those things where it's like if he's too slow or takes too long to bowl a game, maybe he starts thinking too much, maybe he starts, not feeling comfortable, whereas, you're controlling the pace, being the first bowler, being able to not run through it, but make it quicker. Maybe for him, that's just easier.
Could be. Whatever it is,
it works.
It works.
And he's bowling tray forward.
That's a very sneaky, important match right now. All right, so look at the standings. Ryan Powers plus 627. Depending on what happened there with his previous match, we're now at the point to where, and I didn't see if Mason finished out his game. He did have front 8, then he opened in the 9th.
Yeah. I think he was 250.
All right, so it's becoming, to some degree, a 3-player race. What game are we in?
We're in game 10.
This is game 10, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so now this is what I was saying earlier. Like, once you get to game 10, then it's like a slow move to the finish, meaning like if you're a player who's around the number or still trying to put together a run, it's like you start to see the countdown tick off, and it's like, uh-oh, I'm actually now at a point where I'm running out of games.
Wow. It's not a big ASIM in the middle.
I'm so very curious just about Anthony Strickland. Where else does he bowl? Where is he from? I'd like to see him bowl again. I'm actually surprised that I haven't seen him strike it just a little bit more. Again, Edmondson was 3rd, Van Sickle was 4th, and then the bunch at looking for that 5th spot, that's going to be right the most important. Ponzo was at 300 over. Matt Jones was plus 291. Sean Lavery, that's the man on the move for sure, at plus 258. Eddie Joe at plus 251. Again, Trey Ford there, 224. Noah plus 205. And then Zweig, it seems like he could be out of reach, but he's really not.
Oof. That's a heck of a bounce back, though. 103 to 279.
103. If I leave with nothing this weekend, it's going to be that Eddie Joe shot. 103 and followed it with 279.
And then he followed it with 230, and he's bowling well.
103, bro. Reminds me of, I always tell my favorite Stephanie Zavala story. Who, Stephanie Zavala, the past PWBA Rookie of the Year, 6-time champion. Like, that person shot a 96 at the Tour Championship, game 1 of match play. 96. She then shot 268 the next game, and then went like 300 over for the rest for that block, and ended up making the show when it was all said and done. She didn't win the tournament, but that could have been way different when you shoot 96 to open up a tournament.
Wow. Oh, well, backup ball.
I've seen a couple players do it.
I think now it's the mental aspect of it is kicking in.
Yeah, unfortunately for Raymond too, man. When you were here earlier and you sat down, we were talking about Raymond probably making a run because he had just beaten Matt Jones and Brett Wolf. And I forgot which pairs. Actually, one was 3 and 4, and the other one was 1 and 2. And he went back-to-back 130s. Then he shot 130 again. I think down somewhere on the high end. And that pretty much, not quite over yet, but no matter what, though, I'm gonna come away pretty impressed with him. I like his game.
Very repeatable.
Oof. Lavery down there taking on the Wanfei Sains, and now you got players who could be, playing spoiler at this point. We're at that point of the format to where players who don't have a chance at the number and making the show, stealing 30 bonus pins late, detrimental to those who need it.
It's like your White Sox.
Oh, gosh. That is just, I can tell that we now have a good relationship. That you feel comfortable making that joke.
It's the first time my team's made the playoffs in 5 years, so I can be a little cocky.
That actually was shocking to me. I didn't pay attention to that.
The last 4 years, we've basically blown it in September.
Yeah, I do recall what happened last year. I didn't recall the year before that, 2023. It was more of the same of last year. I forgot about that. The most shocking thing I'd heard once the Cubs did clinch a spot was the last baseball team to make the playoffs was the 2021 White Sox. And I was like, what? Which then brought back many different memories of how a team could be so good and then just 3 seasons later be the absolute worst team in the history of baseball.
It's impressive.
Unbelievable. Off camera there. Archuleta. He's got to laugh it off now because now he's hitting the pocket consistently again and not getting too many breaks, which is what happens. Brett Wolf, first open probably in about maybe 5 games, we'd say. First open for Brett on 3 and 4. Ponzo's got the front 3.
Well, that's a good mystery score.
Hello.
Mason shot 261.
One of my favorites. I'm a big 262 guy. All right, so Mason is still on the high end. I think he's in that part of his schedule where he's going to be what for us is the high end. But I'll keep you posted as always. I can tell you that he's still third at plus 603. Brett Wolf, second, 644.
I think Mason is bowling Noah down on the high end.
Noah was on a nice little stretch. The good news for him was he was winning matches with low games. He won with 189, he won with 172, and then he lost with 208, lost 168, and he lost with 213. And that's where it gets tough for you. Zweig looking for his first strike. That looked like urethane. Is that fair to say based on that ball reaction?
I would say so. I think it's a pitch black. He's trying to go over the front so he can keep his angle straighter, but no idea if, because when he bowled Matt, he was going over the fronts with a resin ball,
right,
and that looked way better.
Which looked like a reality.
Yeah. So I'm wondering what he's seeing differently on 11 and 12 that makes him think going over it with urethane is the best option. I mean, it's keeping him in play, making spares.
I've seen him go to that strategy enough times to know that maybe that's one of the things that he always has to look out for. Right, where if the fronts get a little bit too vicious, right, his trick is to go over, which a lot of people can't do that from like the front to back, right to left scenario. Obviously, we see a lot of that, obviously, when you're moving left and you're lofting the cap. All right, there are the standings through 9. Powers still the leader. And he must have felt the heat from Brett Wolf and was like, hold on, Brett. No, sir. And despite even with what Brett has done today, Ryan Powers overall has still been the best bowler through what it would be now 17 total games, including the 8 of qualifying yesterday.
I mean, you could go one step further. I mean,
Mason Edmondson would be like third on that. Like those 3 bowlers, you could go Powers, Edmondson, because they started 1-2 today. Then obviously you throw in Brett because he's just been absolutely crazy today. But one step further would be what?
For Powers, he went 660, 690, I think, or 670 for his 2 squats of sweeper as well.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. Absolutely. You are correct.
And I believe right now, if he sheets, he's 240 down there again.
Kyle Duster checking in. Thank you, Kyle Duster, by the way. I missed that. So there are your standings, folks. You have to go down now to, well, I didn't think Eddie Joe was in the 140 territory, but maybe we were just looking at the wrong score at the time. So Matt is 10th, Zweig that is, at plus 198. Eddie Joe would be 11th. And as you can see, with this many games left, those are that group right there, stopping at Eddie Joe, are really the only players at this point that have a legit chance to make the step ladder. We've worked our way to that point of the tournament where you can start to kind of eliminate bowlers or from the possibilities of them advancing. Powers just keeps on striking. Looks like he did have some hiccups in frames 4 and 5. Missed a single pin split, but back at it on a double after the first 3. I was hoping to have see our guy Jared put something together, but he just unable to get going today.
Oh, no. The only right side of the gutter there is it was on a strike, not a spare.
All right, so I don't want to, this question is going to, it could sound bad from your perspective. But since you've been here from the start, if you were bowling, and I know you'd love to be doing it, but if you were competing based on, how things went yesterday, right, but just today, with the understanding of, man, they have been a little bit tighter, even though there was some score to get earlier, how would you have played the lanes based on what happened for you yesterday, just from the ball reaction perspective?
Well, I would still start with urethane in the morning, probably either my blue hammer or the black 78, and maybe hit them with a little bit more surface to give me a little miss room right versus feeling so in a box. like I was yesterday, where I had no miss left, no miss right. But right now, I think urethane sort of, for certain people, are on the way out, like it would be for me. Mainly because, for me, urethane shines up pretty quick. You can't hit it again, so you can't put more surface on it. But also, my ball speed tends to get high. So going to like a bigger ASIM solid or hybrid, like in a Maximum Effect or a Black Widow Tour, would be how I'm trying to play it. Get a little left, use the urethane carry down as my push, and use the free hook to the right. But then again, you have some people who are still throwing urethane, like Ponzo, who's able to trick it to get it through the fronts to do the same thing I just explained with resin.
Let's see. Trey Ford, by the way, is 9th. He's right there.
He's got 250 running.
And Dante said that very similar to how Trey's hit, the way his scoring pace has gone today, it's similar to what happened last year. And the last couple of games is when he made his move. He was hanging around, hanging around. Uh-oh. All right, Brett in some trouble. Over on 3 and 4, we'll watch that finish. That pair's gotten a few people today. So is 1 and 2.
Seems to be mainly the left line where it's over under. Gets a little soft with it. It wants to split. Wow. Another thing I'm starting to notice is a lot of people are trying to stay in urethane just because it gives them a bigger pocket to hit to where they can leave makeables. But now that we're getting into like the last half and people are starting to notice the top 2 are starting to go away and get a bigger lead. Now they're like, now I got to force something. I have to strike more. So now it's like, do I try hitting on something harder to make urethane go through the pins? Or do I try going to resin, slow hooking it, doing something? So now it's just playing chess with the lanes versus your opponent.
Mason Edmondson just walking a bag from down on the low end. Going back to that 15-16 pair. As Trey Ford trying to leave a little bit of a mark here on 11 and 12.
The match between Van Sickle and Jonesy is low, but based on the reaction of Carissa, his daughter, I think it might be a win. I don't know. I'll grab a sheet real quick. Shot 200 and got the W.
Can't ask for nothing better than that.
I think I've seen him leave more pocket 7 pins than anything else today, Trey, on really good shots. Brett's so sassy.
They're waiting on a couple of ball returns on 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. I got to tell you, first of all, I commend everybody who's participated in this tournament, especially those who obviously advanced to today, because 16 games test you in multiple ways. Okay, there's a lot that you got to keep up with, a lot that you have to kind of keep straight mentally. Certainly there's the physical aspect, right, of just bowling 16 games consecutively. And then all of the twists and turns, of course, that bowling and this particular lane pattern provides. And good time to remind you of what they are bowling on. And it's been, even though some players have been fantastic, right, and there's always going to be somebody who is going to be great on whatever pattern you put out. But as a whole, this pattern has played, I think, the toughest today than qualifying, and then certainly the sweepers.
I would agree. I mean, for the most part, I thought sweepers gave you a good idea of what the shape of the pattern would be, but there was just a little bit more bounce. And whereas like yesterday, they were tighter, you could get the bounce, but you had to be on top of it more. And for me, that's not my forte. But then you got to see like Ponzo, Jonesy, they actually were creating more angle with it. Whereas, Matt Zweig was, dead handing it, going over, really rolly with it. Powers was throwing it 100 through the fronts and getting the ball to tumble. Oof. Still a match over there in 3 and 4.
Michelle Raymond just left 5 and 6, I think. I believe he lost this match. Unfortunately, he's now going to 11 and 12. I actually want to see how he continues to kind of handle this back half of this block. Uh-oh, look out, Kyle Ponzo.
Kyle.
I've actually seen more of that today. Not from Kyle, but just as a whole. For those who, again, hook at left side spares.
He's starting to take over my spare shooting. Terrible. Didn't know that was available to be passed through osmosis.
You'd be surprised. It's like if you get, Eddie Joe Torres shared his contact info with me today, so he just put his phone on next to my phone, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of like that, where you just get close to somebody and then, all of a sudden, whether it's good or bad, but the intangibles get shared. Sean Lavery can shoot 201. And if he were to get there, he'd apply a lot of pressure.
That was a good shot.
On Juan Fei over there. Would force him to have to get the first one in the 10th. But that's Sean needing all 3 to make that happen. Possibility for Brett Wolf potentially. Oof. Oh, I haven't seen Brett animated in a minute. Oh, he really doesn't. You know what? Now that I think about it, he was not pleased with this lane yesterday.
No, he was not.
He was not pleased with lane 3.
I was honestly thinking if he got that strike, he'd get it loud.
Oh, great shot there, Sean.
And he's just tacking the lanes differently than everybody else. I mean, Zweig is lofting the fronts, but he's choosing to loft the fronts with less hand, whereas he's going over the fronts and just making sure he gets a mitt full. All right, Ponzo. The mess spare didn't hurt him.
Big shot here for Sean. Bang. All right, that's going to force Juan Fei. Now, specifically, if Sean strikes, that'd be 201. Spare strike in that situation for Juan Fei would be a tie. So Juan Fei would need the first one in the 10th. Now that situation changes slightly. Anything less than the strike from Sean here, then spare strike obviously would get Juan Fei 30 bonus pins. So this is where every pin counts in that scenario, especially on the fill. And now the unfortunate ice, unintentional.
Now you got Ponzo that's got his 30 bonus pins.
That's huge because he was sitting in 5th. And he's got a lot of competition for that 5th spot. A ton.
It is getting tight.
He's got Lavery. He's got Matt Jones. He's got Trey Ford. Noah Krupsak still in the mix. That 5-6 match for position round looks like it's, as you would anticipate, it's going to be the most important one. This also could shape out too like a tour event. And what I mean by that is, you know, that 5-6 is so important, but in many cases the 7-8 is also important, and sometimes the 7 or the 8 can jump the 5th and the 6th. That could happen here because of how a bunch of those individuals are.
Because I mean, theoretically, like Matt's 245, and then it goes 302, 324. So, I mean, they're all within three wins away, and other people being really low losses, which can happen. There's been a 103 shot.
He knew it when he let it go. And again, that's why count was so significant on that shot. And now he's given Juan Fei some extra pins to work with.
Oh, another AZ matchup coming up on 5 and 6. Jonesy versus Ponzo.
That could be a preview for a position round match coming up on 5 and 6. But first, Juan Fei, because Sean Lavery would love the 30 bonus pins, and he's not going to get them. Juan Fei, I tell you, his scores won't show it today, but he's shown me enough, and he's won his last 4 matches now. So credit to him for continuing to battle and learning for the young player from Mexico. All right, check in on 9 through 12. Now this is officially game 11. Shoot, I'm getting confused.
I believe the only game that's still in 10 is lane 1 and 2. Everyone's in 11.
All right, game 11. I'm just not used to
long blocks like this.
No, just but we don't have graphics generally that say game 11, game 12. Oh, Mr. Sean, how do you spell your last name?
TRZ, ASK, OW, SKI.
It's not as bad as it sounds. Sounds like that would be just very difficult to spell.
The Z is what throws people off.
Well, of course. I mean, there's always some kind of Z's, and especially where yours is, second letter.
Third.
Third. Wait, so respell that. TRZ, correct? Always silent. The things you hear on live streams, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm just trying to figure out who he was talking about.
Yeah, I had no idea, but I had to look at the score to.
Oh, there's a foul right there. Talking about him. Oh, they're starting to get deep with the urethane now.
I thought they would try that a little bit earlier, and they as kind of in those who were in that. Like I was thinking Matt Zweig would try that as he was kind of maneuvering through just a ton of stuff trying to figure something out. I thought he might kind of inch left and maybe give that a look, but he never did, which is probably the best idea for him.
I mean, the way, like, some people are probably thinking about this is yesterday in, like, let's say Game 7, they tried giving away the pocket. They might have just, like, 2-4-8-10 too quickly, or they flat 10 a lot. So, you know, in my mind, if I'm going to wrap 10, I can wrap 10 from there or playing straight. But my options of breaking up splits are going to be from the straighter angle. But Ponzo's really good at going like the 15-5 with a purple.
What would you describe Kyle's A game?
A game?
Yeah, I feel like you've watched him and bowled with him enough. Like, where would you say most comfortable, right? If we don't want to put the A game in it, right? But if he sees this out on the lanes, he's going to be tough to beat. What would that be?
You know, his A game really is, you know, if he can get soft with like a black hammer, a purple, or like an MV Tour, so big, slow bowling balls that he can sort of shape more, which is like the complete opposite of a lot of people like his and mine age, where it's we want to see it cleaner through the fronts, bigger motion down lane, where he wants to let his hand and the cover and the core do all the work. Like, he likes to get in, slow loop it, have fun. Mason jumped to second.
Shoot, we got scores after 10 already. Nice job, Ian.
Matt jumped up a little bit. There you go, Matty. Good shot. I believe Brett just 9-pinned on lane 1.
Quickly, how bowling changes things for you.
There we go. Yeah.
Dirty.
Kyle Duster, it is top 5, by the way. Good question.
And that's Ponzo right now. And Ponzo's got front 4. Oh.
Uh-oh. So again, plus 755. Mason Edmondson moved in front of Brett Wolf. You know, on what we're bowling on, man, now all of a sudden, and seating is important for a lot of things, right? Money, right? But
Less games.
You know, less games. But it really feels like, and things could be completely different because, you know, it'll be on fresh again. You would anticipate it could be tighter. You might have bowlers who then may say, okay, I want to get this motion. I want to see this. And so they may actually take some time to try to set up the pair for themselves as well. So that's always a factor. But I feel like the seating could be very important from the lane play perspective today.
Yeah, I mean, like, because right now,
You don't say that a ton about when you think about seating.
I mean, right now you have 2 lefties, and then you have 3 higher rev rate righties in the mix. And I know for a fact Van Sickle and Ponzo like using surface. So for, like, let's say Powers finishes first for seating, that could be either a good or bad thing because, one, it could allow him to throw it harder, but then it could be a bad thing because now his ball's burning up in the fronts. And that just cut loose on that.
Again, 8th right now is plus 309. So you got that's kind of the At the moment, that's kind of the cutoff. Eddie Joe's at plus 188, Noah at plus 187, Zweig at plus 147. Anthony Strickland, though, has battled himself to plus. And on a day like today, honestly, that's a win I would celebrate, because it's been tricky out there today.
I mean, if you can get to like 11th or 12th on the back half, that's a huge success for the day, especially with how like he just ran into really tough people on pairs they matched up on.
Right. And kind of for Zweig, too, like, as troublesome as the lanes have been for him today, the schedule did him no favors, because he caught a lot of important people early who were throwing big games at him. And now Ponzo with the front six just like that.
Like this is really where he comes into like a light of his own. You know, throw a shot, make it slow, make it heavy rolled, come back, chill behind his fan.
You just described his pre-shot routine to a T.
Wow.
Here are what the bowlers are playing for.
His day is filled with a bunch of highs right now. He came up to Kyle and I, and he was like, you know, I got the lowest game of the day, the highest game of the day, and a 7-10 spare, you know. He's well, at the time it was high. But
All right, so it was just to the left as Kyle was bowling. So let's watch it. Let's see. It'll be on the left side. Oh, nice.
Oh,
that was
no doubt
a good way to do it, too. That was well done. Let me look at that again. Maybe. It won't work.
I think we should just screenshot Ponzo's face when he started yelling goal.
So, I mean, almost simultaneously, 6 goes into the 10 and then over on lane 1.
There you go, Matty. Matt's starting to roll it more instead of hit on it. Brett's back on it. Strike, 9-pin spare, 4-bagger. Oh boy, Ponzo.
It's a lot of 9 right there.
I think Mr. Powers is going to live and die by the urethane today.
Well, you know, this is a situation for him specifically where it would be hard to deviate from anything else.
Yeah.
I mean, truly. Like, I wouldn't have any doubt, A, especially if we're bowling on a fresh stepladder, that he obviously throw the Black Widow urethane. That'd be obvious.
Mm-hmm.
But if for some reason he saw something that suggested he should throw resin, you know, I wouldn't hold it against him if he was like, no, I'm just going to stay with what got me here, because the dude's been fantastic.
I think it was in Game 7 when like someone was talking about like a B plan or a C plan. He's like, there's no B or C plan. It's a black widow urethane or a black hammer. I got it or I don't. I give him credit. He's dancing with the one that he brought.
Can't argue with the results.
No.
But we've got a long way to go still. Right, which another thing from his perspective, right? He'd love to be the number 1 seed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you tell me I got 10 shots or 10 frames, excuse me, and I know I'm comfortable with the bowling balls that I have. I'll take my chances with that.
I would, absolutely. I think that's a lot of people's train of thought right now. I think the only people that I've seen really try something different is like Matt Zui, Sean Lavery, Jared down there. They're just trying to find someone because they feel like they have that extra 20, 30, 40 sticks out there, depending on the game.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're without question. The top 3 guys have afforded themselves the ability to try something if necessary. Powers, Edmondson, Wolf. Everyone else is in a battle for 5th or 4th and 5th, to be completely honest with you.
And I believe Mason is in a good spot right now, looking down there, to win his match against Sean. Because Sean's got split, spare, split, split. Oh, here we go. Will we get a second 7-10 made on live stream?
Caitlin, as Sean just mentioned, Mason is down on 17 and 18. So kind of like the, think like a long match play schedule, like a U.S. Open type thing, where everyone has they take their turns in specific parts of the building. And Mason looks like he's the back half, or at least the last 3 to 4 games, have been to the right or right of 11 and 12. But right now, again, in second place.
Oh, I do apologize. Mason's bowling Jared right now.
Oh, he's on 15 and 16.
Yep. And Sean is bowling. I don't know who Sean's bowling. But either way, I think Mason's still in good shape to win his match right there.
All right, let's go over to 1 through 4 real quick. It's Brett Wolf. Now, no matter what, for Eddie Joe Torres, he's not going to win the match, more than likely. But even if Brett shoots 280 here, Eddie Joe needs to shoot 230 to keep his chances alive of being close enough to put a run together in the last 3 to 4 games to make a run at the show.
Absolutely, and the 230 basically puts him there again.
Question right now is Brett Wolf. Again, between Ryan Powers, Mason Edmondson, Brett Wolf, who's going to be the number 1 seed?
For some reason, I have a feeling it's going to come down to game 15 and 16.
It would be no doubt. Position round will be very important today. It could come down to the bonus pins of that position round. But it looks like there's going to be 2 lefties in the top 5, so that could play a role into how the final results during the stepladder obviously shake out too.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah,
That is
a
his
hurdle.
second 9-pin of the game, and on that lane.
That is a hurt.
So in essence, it takes 310 off the board for him.
That is a hurter.
Van Sickle can spare strike for 168. Trey Ford got the W there.
Boy, and slowly, kind of developing story too. Brian now has lost 5 in a row. 201 started with game 7. His last couple 201, 194, 198, 172. Just watch that real quick. I'm gonna watch his fill shot, maybe see what he can maybe figure out here. Ryan Powers going to get another victory after starting split.
Good grind. Good game by Ponzo. 250. Ryan switched back to a black hammer and it hooked more.
Ooh, it's hooking. Hooking a lot. So Brett shoots 257. All right, so that's 87 to the good. He'll be at plus 716. He's still going to, or I'm sorry, Ryan Powers still going to have the lead.
Yep. If he strikes, it's 189 plus the 30 sticks.
So he'll be at plus 774 if he strikes. Speaking of Ryan Powers. Oh no. Eddie Joe Torres, who guttered on the first one in the 10th, bottom right of your screen there, made the spare. Huge spare.
Absolutely.
Boy, that was huge. Again, you'd love to have that obviously and shoot 230, but 216 is okay. Nothing like a 9 spare.
And Brett corrected me. Second frame, he A-pinned.
A-pin. And that one just went runaway Brooklyn.
If I understood correctly from people that have bowled this in previous years, this is the first time they've had this many people plus.
That's what I also was told.
Because last year they said after qualifying maybe 3 guys, and they were plus 15, 20, 30, something like that.
Yeah, and they contributed that. It sounded like the majority was to the previous lane surface. Pretty beat up. And so they, just trying to create patterns that'll help, kind of mask some of the deficiencies with regard to topography. So they had new lanes and new approaches in February.
Building looks nice. Looks incredible.
This place is huge. Leagues, tournaments, certainly. I was telling Dante, I've never been to a bowling center that offered the family entertainment aspects, but kind of like perfectly split the difference to still have league and tournament and feel like it's a league tournament center.
Yeah.
But still got plenty of, because everything's on the high end of the building.
Well, the crazy thing is, have you been upstairs yet?
I didn't go upstairs, but I know there's a
batting cage.
Yeah, they got batting cages. There's like it's called Diamond Sports Performance down there. So baseball training, softball training, and then the party room. They've got a full-on arcade, just like you'd see, in more or less standard bowling centers or FECs today. This is and then the bar restaurant is top-notch as well. I mean, this is a fantastic facility.
I need one of these in Phoenix.
I bet this type of building exists.
Just none that have bowling lanes in it.
Well, you gotta get somebody to put something in there, man.
We're taking investors now.
I mean, this type of building exists.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so puts a different strategy on things for some of these players now. I just learned that there is no reel
for the
step
finals.
Yeah.
Oh, you're crazy. Oh, this is gonna be awesome. I love it.
All right. Okay. I don't know, but I kind of like that in a weird way, like a mad scientist kind of way.
34 feet. And you have that many games on it with no re-oil. Oh, these are going to be fun. could either be really low scoring or,
That's an intriguing caveat.
wow.
All right, so 9 through 12 is underway, maybe, perhaps.
The only pair that's still in game 11 is Sean Levery's pair.
Okay.
And it looks like he put a good second half of the. As soon as I said that, it did not look very well. So. Wow, no royal. It's mind-boggling to me, but I also like it. I also like it. It's mind-boggling, but cool at the same time.
I don't like the never did. They're done. They know what this spot is already. All these guys built this spot already. And you start fresh again. There's some people that love this spot. And then you get 10 minutes or 8 minutes to rotate your line that these other guys haven't seen before. Like, it's totally different. So, like, I would say the first 1-2 bowlers don't have the advantage like that. They led the whole tournament, so why would I put them at a disadvantage? It's out there.
I like that reasoning.
That's a very good.
Good reasoning.
I like that. It makes sense. You could argue both points, obviously.
It's almost like when a tournament drops pins
Right.
for round robin match play. Your number 1 seed then is you worked all that hardness for, and then
Correct.
it's gone.
So that changes up the advantage aspects, if you will, quote unquote, of who could have an advantage if you go back to fresh.
Oh wow.
And it might be a situation where no one has an advantage, and maybe that's why he does it that way.
Your best shot makers, spare makers will always come to the top.
If you can make a single pin in a stepladder final, you generally win. That's a tried and true theory right there.
Explains a lot why I don't win in those situations. Single pins are my nemesis.
Yeah, we got to work on it. Too many 9 splits out there.
Sometimes just hit the reset buttons way quicker.
If you join us late, hello Ed. Is this the Open Championships, Ed? If I recall correctly, Ed was from El Paso. That would be on brand. Either way, appreciate everybody for tuning in. Some of you have been watching since we started, which was about 9:10 a.m. Mountain Time. It is now 2:02 p.m. Mountain Time. I thank Mr. Trzaskowski for hanging out. He joined me for about 3 games this morning, and he's been on for about the last 2 games or 3 games or so here this afternoon. There's his wonderful name on a cool graphic that shows up, and now his day is made. Dante sat down for a little bit. Uribarri, that is. Appreciate you tuning in. If you wouldn't mind, hit the thumbs up if you haven't already. The majority of you, I think, have already done that. The Uribarri family would appreciate it if you would share what you're watching. There's a couple more viewers on what's going to be a good finish to match play. And then, of course, there is a separate step ladder event. In fact, I'm going to do you a favor right now, and I'm going to give you the cheat code. Okay? I'm going to give you the cheat code.
I'd play more video games if I had those.
and you would win. I'm going to give you the cheat code and give you the step ladder link right now, okay? So just go ahead and have that on a standby tab. So I'd like to see that or have that event for you there. And that way, if people who end up watching this and going back to the archives, of course, they want to watch qualifying specifically, match play specifically, or the step ladder specifically, they can do that across the 3 events as opposed to having to scroll across, umpteen hours of bowling, which today is umpteen hours of bowling. Not really, but it feels that way. We're only approaching 5 hours.
Does it remind you of your live streaming days at Nationals?
A little bit, actually. 3 games at the Open Championships is a long time. Like, it actually feels way worse than this, especially when the teams
Are struggling?
or the singles or doubles, whatever we were doing, were not bowling. That part's kind of the same, no matter what you're watching. If you're calling bowling or whatever, if it's difficult, the pattern's tough, it could be tough in the booth because you're trying to come up with ways to describe
What they're feeling.
what you're seeing, right? You don't want to be too negative. At least I don't. That's my personal way on that. Like, it's hard enough. They don't need me, telling them how difficult it is times 3. Right? So I try to find some positive advantage.
Oh, no.
Some things are what they are with regards to, like, if you miss a single pin, I'm going to probably point those out because those are things that we control as players. So I'm just warning you.
I expect nothing
If you
different.
miss some single pins at the age and on, I'm not going to be all over you, but you're going to hear me say, come on, Sean. Bowling to me, calling bowling is much like baseball. That's how I've framed it across my mind for a long time. Days like this, long blocks, a lot of bowling, a lot of time to fill, right? And so those are the times where you tell a story or two. Tell some stories like Ryan Powers.
Ryan Powers has just done the unthinkable. Pulled resin out of the bag.
Well,
Looks like an Obsession tour.
I was just going to say, he didn't just pull any resin out. Pulled an Obsession tour, which, I mean, it's not going to give him, obviously, the urethane look, but you don't anticipate it to be violent.
No.
Which is a good play mentally. Like, that's a good thought process. How will it look on the lanes? We're about to find out.
Yeah, because he's gone strike, wrap 10, and I want to say bucket without the 8. Oh, that was almost fun.
Juan Fei. I love his name, too, now that I know how to properly say it.
Gives us some flair.
He does. I like him a lot. Like, he's someone I would hope to. I hope he would come over and bowl more stuff in the U.S. And I don't know that he doesn't already. This is me, obviously, being in the first time at this event, and knowing that there would be a few players from Mexico who would come bowl.
I know there's like a huge group that comes out for, the February and July tats up in Vegas. They usually have anywhere from 50 to 80 bowlers come up from Mexico, bowl the tat. So I know the tat Agent Ong Open has had some interest from players in Mexico. So I mean, we're within distance to drive, fly, and keep it pretty affordable. That's a good shot by Brett.
Yeah, that was just dead aced on 5 and 6. The Game 11 update should be on its way shortly. Folks, also, if you have not subscribed to Bowlstream TV, do me a favor and do that. We're close to 10,000 subscribers, which is a nice little milestone to
It's a nice round number.
to rant and rave about for a day.
Yeah.
and then keep pushing toward the next goal. But if you could help me get there, I think we're right at 9,800. I'm sorry, just shy of that number, excuse me. Last time I looked, 9814 as of right now.
Oh,
So I think we can get there during the Agent On week.
So
Enough days, enough bowling.
what is the goal? Is it to get to 100,000 subscribers, 1 million subscribers, travel the world with this?
Great question. For me, when I first bought the brand, shout out to Craig Elliott. This was originally Craig's. And so when I first got it, my thought process at the time was I actually wanted to be able to just have some stuff to go stream events on my own. And I obviously was doing plenty of stuff with USB-C and Bowl TV and still do. But for the rare time, like, all right, you know, maybe I'll go do some tournaments at home or around the area, yada, yada. And then once you get into it, you're just trying to make it all work for the first, like, couple years, right? Greg had a nice schedule already built, and so just really was about keeping relationships and trying to add some different events. Think about some other content offerings, but then I got really busy. So it was just like, okay, let's just get as many events for the platform as we can. But it's been a nice slow build, but for me, an appreciative build because I don't get a chance to do other content yet, and that's my next phase. So now it's like, okay, get to 10K, and you just kind of see how it goes. Like 100,000, that's why I give Mike a lot of credit, Flanagan. And he's been doing this for a little over a decade at this point with IB. So 100K is a ton. It's going to take some time to get to that point. So I think for me, it's just, continue to do what I'm doing, and maybe every 10,000 is like a goal.
Okay.
Right? To keep it in that context. All right, the next goal is 20K. Next goal after that, 30K, maybe even 15, right? Because there's no guarantees.
Make the goals smaller, attainable.
It's
and
even a bit more attainable, just like bowling. Right, you can't get to the show unless you cash.
Exactly.
That's how I approach it.
And like the best thing that Brett's and Math, really tried teaching me as I've grown is, when you go to tournaments, you gotta first learn to get comfortable, and then after you learn how to get comfortable, you gotta learn how to make cashing, get a check. Then you have to learn how to make cuts. Then you have to learn how to bowl match play. Then you have to learn how to win. It's a process and everything.
Every professional player that I've met, talked to, and covered has said something to that extent. And it's true. You can't. There's no step skipping. You just can't magically get there. You got to learn to lose, learn to win, what it takes, all of the above. And right now, learning to win. He's trying to get Ryan Powers. What did he just leave on lane one? Just make over there, Matt Jones. Let's see what that was.
Well, the bowler on lane one took 3 off the left. It looks like he has the 1-5-10.
And almost made it. That was Anthony Strickland. And then I was looking at Matt Jones, who made something at the bottom.
I think it was the 3, 6, 7, 10.
Yep, that's exactly what it was. He's sending pins everywhere, but not connecting as Jones. Noah Krupsak, he's not out of it either. Let me throw the new standings up for you.
And as soon as we said last game that Van Sickles lost 5 in a row, he has strike, 9 spare, 5 bagger.
Yeah, that was much needed for him. He was in a situation where he wouldn't want to just give his 5th place spot away or his spot in the show away.
And while we were talking about your goals on what you want to do with the channel, Mr. Powers walked back with his Obsession Tour and said no.
Now, for him,
it was worth a gander.
Well, and with no re-oil, right? Thinking about it now, he's got the cushion to be able to maneuver with a few pins if it doesn't, if he doesn't shoot 230, right? He may not shoot 230 for the rest of this block, but if he shoots 2-0, 190, he's still gonna make the number.
2-0, 190, still might even get you 3 wins, depending on what pairs and how they break down.
All right, scores for you. Bottom of your screen there. I mean, he's tracking for this to be his lowest game of the day. So plus 774. This could potentially be maybe the first true time that Powers actually moves out of the top spot. Now you can see, folks, if you're seeing this for the first time, what's highlighted in green means wins. And Ryan Powers is 10-1. So he is almost got the maximum bonus pins you can have. He's got 300 out of the possible 330 you could have.
Good double.
Yet he is only, you see that small margin that he holds first place by, because Brett Wolf and Mason Edmondson have been just as good. And there was a stretch today where Brett Wolf shot, what was it, 815?
815 or 816, yes.
815 games, 7, 8, and 9.
And when I went down there to watch, and after he got done, I was like, it was your second step, is what he said. So he felt like the second step was too slow, and he couldn't get his ball around his hips.
Just crazy. Just crazy stuff. Just crazy talk.
And that's the, you know, the level that you sort of want to be at, though, when you're bowling these. It's, you know, after my first lesson with him, I sent him a text message going, I'm mad. And he goes, why? It's like, because I can feel my misses now, and that doesn't feel good. It's a lot easier going, I 9-pin because the rack was off, or, you know, the ball was thrown too good. Ooh.
Quick peek down here at 1 through 4. You saw Matt Jones is in 7th. All right, so Matt is 41 back right now. He's taking on Eddie Joe Torres. Eddie still with that outside chance. He's 150 plus back, but you know, still a couple games to get there. Big finish potentially here for Jones. We'll love 30 bonus spins here.
That's good on the lane.
Oof. Wow. So he's going to give Eddie Joe a chance to win this match. Get 30 bonus pins. And at this point, every bonus pin is crucial. Every single one.
It's the only handicap you get in a scratch tournament.
That's well said, actually. You are correct. Somewhere there's somebody who's thinking about what you just said. And it's just shaking their head at you. but it's true.
I mean, because if you think about it, if you win,
It's
you know,
true.
with 170,
Yeah.
30 extra pins gets you back to even, so it's not as bad.
And every bowler's done it. Every bowler has done exactly that. So it happened today, actually. Someone shot 170 even, I thought.
166.
And won the match.
So Jared shot 166 and won his match. Ooh.
There was a moment. Oh, Ryan Powers is going to step up and try to make this a match over on 9 and 10.
And from looking at his body language, I think he liked the one in the 9th. It just never got there. They went dead forward off the pattern. Good shot, Brett.
So 90, what is that? No, I'm sorry, 20, 50, 80. That 214?
Yep. And Matt Jones is going to win his match.
And there's that. Give you Brett Wolf's 10th frame. And there are now 4 games left in match play.
It's actually gone by quite quick compared to.
I'm a little surprised at that. In the best possible way you could ever be surprised.
A lot more strikes than I thought there would be at times, too. I really rolled that one.
So Brett's going to be in the 2-0s, but again, he can afford to not only afford the 2-0, but he can afford not getting 30 bonus pins. You know, that's how much currency he has built up today. He's got plenty of chips.
Because 5th place, he's got almost a 400-pin lead on.
Yeah, you don't got to cash him in. I mean, at this point, you know, my guy Chase Kaufman always, when we're on, you know, doing like a PBA, a PWA event, and we're thinking about players as we get closer to cut lines who's going to make the show, and he starts giving out check marks. And you can all but give, again, Ryan, Brett, Mason check marks. There's still too many bonus pins to feel like it's set in stone, but they're all but there. They just got to stay away from the 130 situations, and they're fine. But it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe even 8-player race for 4th and 5th, which definitely gives professional bowling vibes. We haven't seen Mason actually in a minute, so I'm hoping he is making his way back down this way.
From looking at where he's dragging his bowling bags.
He didn't go very far. No matter what, we'll see him at the position round, but it's just a matter of there's two things happening right now as we watch Ryan Powers. One is Powers, Wolf, who shot 202. This is undoubtedly now the lowest game for Ryan Powers.
It's not even really an easy spare either, so this could be 130 in the 130s.
But those three bowlers are bowling for first. They're bowling for the top seed.
Good cover.
So best he can do is 152. And he'd give 48 back, which means Mason Edmondson, I'm just going to guess, probably takes the lead. Because Brett shot 202 and did not win his match. So Brett's at 718. Powers would be at 726. That's if he strikes. And Mason is going to go on 11 and 12, so this is good. We'll get a chance to watch Mason.
Well, this is interesting. He's going to something super sharp off the pattern now. Going to a Brunswick Vaporize.
Well, this is about the time also that you said you would anticipate seeing resin.
But I was thinking more like Obsession, like he tried. And that was just too clean.
Let's replay that, actually. Let's watch that again. All right, let's look at this shot from Powers here. That's just been so prominent.
I think someone told him that's what he would do.
Like almost sickening to the situation, right? Watch this again. So that was about, what, 9?
9. Gets like 4 or 5 down line.
And then it just kind of wiggles.
It's like he just needs to give it, like that's the right ball. Just needs to give it some more time.
Well, the good news for him is he has time. And to be honest, I mean, he's now bowling for the stepladder.
Huh. I believe Zweig just 2-8-10 down there.
Oh, Sean's still bowling there. And
He's got the W.
And it looked like he was going to perhaps give away a possible win after the back-to-back splits, but he's going to be A-OK. Strickland could not put together anything late. All right, with that said, we'll go back to 9 through 12 as they're waiting for a ball return. And then everyone on 3 and 4 and 5 and 6, I think, waiting for 1 and 2 to finish up so their opponents can move to the proper spots. If you have joined us late,
Good shot by Sean.
Sean Lavery. Oh no, man. I still think he gets there because in these moments, like, I like to look at the people who are the most experienced in these situations. And if you got to tell me to pick somebody with 2 games left who's used to bowling for the cheese, I'm going to go with someone like that to take a spot.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, like right now, out of out of the top 16, there's 4 that come to mind. It's Sean, Jonesy, Brett, and then Mason right now. Mason's making a great run. He's being consistent. He's not getting in trouble. His misses are 9 spares, maybe the occasional pocket split, but for the most part, he's keeping everything in front of him and just, in general, bowling really well.
Let's do the old math test today. Now that we've got 11 games down. Did I put game 11 up there? I did, right? Yeah, I did. Let's do the old math test.
Mason starts with front 3.
So let's start with Ryan Powers. It will not include his 150 game. This is through 11. So Ryan Powers. So that's 2483, 11. He's averaging 225.73 for 11 games today, which was plus 283. That's just today. It's not including what he bowled yesterday, which also was
191.
Was 191.
Oh, we got a heavyweight match on lane 1 and 2 from Arizona.
Who's bowling down there? Matt
Brett
Jones?
and Matt.
Oh, okay. Hakeem, by the way, what is I don't know, should I Google the White Sands missile range? That sounds very interesting. I'm actually nervous. Is it a museum? An Army museum.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Okay, now I need some backstory, Hakeem. What's the backstory here? Sounds like he might be in the military. Maybe he works at the museum, or he wanted to go visit today. Whatever it is, now I'm very curious. I want to know.
Sounds cool to me.
I actually want to visit. All right, so continuing our math problems here. Brett Wolf. Actually, I have Brett down for, yeah, so he was at plus 311 for the first 8 today. So now my math is a little bit easier. And game 9, he shot 289. And then he shot, no, I'm sorry, that's not true. Shot 246. Beg your pardon. Then he shot 185. Then he shot 257. Sorry about that. We put him at 11. That would be 236.27. Or 2.8 for 11 games.
That's so much on this.
I'm doing this to show you just how good Ryan Powers, Brett Wolf, and Mason Edmondson have been today. And again throughout the tournament, but specifically today. And sometimes I think even us in this role, right, we try to give people their credit and props. But sometimes you actually got to do the math to really hammer home the point of, hey, these dudes were not messing around today.
Mason's not messing around at the start of game 13. He's got front 4.
25-18 for Mason today. That's plus 318. 228.91. I mean, that's just the true proof.
It's a lot of good bowling.
Proof in the pudding. What's up, Gus? Hope you're well. I appreciate the consistent viewers today. There's a ton to do on a Sunday. You got football. There's other bowling tournaments going on. This is an event that first time streamed, so there's still people who haven't heard of it, right? So they're wondering, what is this event? A lot of times I've noticed in bowling too, where the name factor is helpful, right? People know that, you know, Anthony Simonson's bowling in the tournament. People gonna go watch Anthony Simonson bowl. And so the purpose today, right? You got the Brett Wolfs of the world, Mason Edmondson, Ryan Powers. People probably have heard of Brett Wolf. They may have no clue about Ryan Powers or Mason Edmondson.
I actually met someone yesterday.
And now it's like, oh, wow, I know these guys. I'm going to watch them next time I see them.
Absolutely. I met someone yesterday that had no idea who Brett was. And he was from the New Mexico Open area.
Interesting. I guess we're at a point, too, where depending on age, you may not know Brett Wolf, which kind of sounds like a travesty. But it is true.
He's got a lot of great one-liners. I think I started writing them down so I can make a book called Brett-isms. Mason's got front 5 over there.
He did have the front 8 today, by the way.
Sooner or later, I think he's going to connect for a 280.
No one has shot. There were no 300 games yesterday, right?
Nope. None in sweepers either. The highest game in sweeper for a while was, until the 6 p.m. squad, was 237.
I'm going to guess that based on previous tournaments, and I know they had some older lane services, that maybe there's never been a 300 shot.
At least on a pattern, I can believe that. Because even on house shots on terrible lane surfaces.
Yeah, absolutely. Very difficult.
Oh,
Edmondson.
front 6.
Oh, wow. There's the old labor. I'm going to guess he just maybe didn't quite get that one.
I can't tell if he didn't like that one. I think he didn't like that one after the hand motion of get it left.
I'm sorry, folks. We're in game 13. My apologies. Let's change that. Because we do have our game 12 update. And it is for the first time in a long time. Mason Edmondson is your new leader at plus 756. My guy, Michael RC, man, he just never misses. Always appreciate your generosity there, Michael. Truly.
You got Matt that's 80 out of it. And Trey that is 140 out of it.
Let me throw that on the screen real quick.
So that number is still really attainable for those two guys for sure. Same with Sean Lavery. Oof. 4 through the middle.
The thing I love the most about what we're about to see is it will mimic professional bowling. And I think in its truest sense when we get down to the position round.
Oh, wow.
Brutal 8-pin.
He moved it.
That's your game 12 update. Plus 756. Again, Mason. Powers plus 724. Brett Wolf plus 718. And again, that gap continues to be there between third and fourth.
There would need to be a major catastrophe for those three to fall out of it.
absolute catastrophe. Like they had to withdraw type of catastrophe. That's where it is. That's just where it is. With that said, Ponzo, and how about Ryan Van Sickle? You talking about just kind of riding the both waves today, because he started very well and then went through that stretch of games 7 through 11 where he not only didn't win a match, but he had some 170, 160 games in there. Then shoots 240 to move back into the number.
He's very mellow, very even keel. Like the peaks and valleys are not super large.
The two dudes, man, Ford and Lavery spar. Of course, you mentioned Matt Jones. But Trey and Sean are currently tied at plus 303. Those are the dudes to watch. Check in on Jones and Wolf. Of course, Matt Jones needs the bonus pins more than Brett.
And that wrap 7 was vicious.
Juan Fei trying to play spoiler and take 30 bonus away from Mason. Ponzo. A little slow start here through a couple. Wolf takes care of the spare, front 4 spare made.
That's a good shot by Ponzo.
Keep doing this, I'm not gonna make top 5.
Well,
That's not a good update.
that was not a good update. In fact, that was the worst update we've heard all day. That came from Ryan Powers, who said if he keeps this up, he won't make top 5.
Reed's eating too much. I haven't hit the pocket in the game. It's crazy.
Oh. Oh, wow.
Figure it out, I'll start stretching. Might take 2 more games.
Oh, wow.
I would just throw it at the head pin if I was him.
He said he hasn't hit the pocket in a game and a half.
This is where everybody needs a little bit of Matt Zweig. Like if everybody had a little bit of Matt Zweig in their game, where you could just be comfortable throwing it right at the head pin, and be confident in your spare shooting abilities, right? Because he just needs to shoot 185.
Yeah.
I mean, just
Limit the damage, catch a double.
2-0 would be great. 190 sounds fantastic. And if you shoot 4 190s and you give back 40 pins, you're going to make the shot.
And Mason just back-to-back good shots. Moved an 8-pin, and now he's got a 6-8 to deal with.
Is Ryan way down on 17 and 18 now? Looks like he is.
He is, I believe, bowling Sean.
And that's a huge match for Sean Lavery.
And I think they're both sort of lost on that pair.
Well, I tell you what.
Oh, Trey's getting going.
I'm telling you, man. If he makes the show, Dante told me this earlier, it would be like a mirror image of how he made the show last year, where he just was kind of around the number, never was in the top 5 until the last 2 games. And he just ran him over the last couple to make the show, and obviously ultimately won the title.
Oh, wow. Anthony just moved the 5-pin to the 6.5-pin spot.
Now, the question is, maybe talk to Daniel, make sure we get the right pair for the step ladder. But since we now know there's not going to be a reel, Ryan Powers in a moment where he just said he hadn't hit the pocket in a game and a half. He could have been facetious when he said it, but I believe him. At least certainly the game before he shot 150. And we watched the majority of that game.
He seems flustered enough to be a game and a half of not good bowling.
Yeah, I would be concerned about his look in the step ladder. So he's in a situation where he would love nothing more than to be the top seed, right? Because at least he could get a couple of games off, he could just chill, get his brain back right.
Get a nice relaxing.
You know, do the warm-up pair, and maybe even figure something out on that warm-up pair.
If I'm Ryan, I want step ladders to be on 5 and 6.
One came, looks like it just rolled off a chair or maybe a table.
Oh, that's what Jared's doing now. Starting it extremely hard. In the words of a bowler in Phoenix, at mock Jesus.
Let's get you over to 1 through 4 for the finale. Boy, Noah,
Wow.
still in that thing. He's still got a small chance.
What Trey's doing with a purple hammer sort of reminds me of what Butcher on the left side could do with a purple hammer in late blocks. Get the ball down lane, get it to corner, get it to go through the pins.
I talked about him gliding to the line, man. I don't know if I've ever really seen someone just glide, especially as a two-handed player. And someone may say, what do you mean, Emil, by the glide? I'll show you when he is up in the 9th and 10th. We watch Brett Wolf there.
That's another good shot by Trey. And it just floated too much.
He's got such great footwork that it just makes him look like he's in a slow glide.
You sort of compared bowling to baseball earlier.
Oh, absolutely. I do it all the time.
It's almost like watching Ken Griffey Jr. swing. Like, it's effortless.
Now you're talking about one of the greatest swings of all time. No, I'm just playing.
I agree.
No, I know exactly what you're saying. It just looked like he's not really working.
Exactly.
And that's what we all want to do as bowlers. We want to look like we're not working. And even if it doesn't look like it, you certainly want to feel like you're not working. And that's when you know it's, like you said earlier, like you can start to feel your misses, right? Is that what you said? So now you know, like you're working too hard, you're probably muscling, and that's when you start to feel those misses. Leia, yes it is. Final game is position round. And it's going to start on lane 1. So in that traditional sense, your 1-2s on 1-2, 3-4, 3-4, etc. I asked Daniel that, like, hey, what lanes are you using for position round, and where are they going to be? And he was like 1 and 2. And then I was like, I got to remember, because I'm used to on tour, we would confer, generally speaking, with like tournament directors based on like where cameras are and stuff like that. So 1 and 2 might be on 5 and 6.
Yeah.
If we needed to be. So that was my question. He looked at me like, bro, what the hell are you talking about? And then I told him that, and he's like, oh, really?
Yeah. Well, it's like in some tournaments when you make cut, the number 1 seed will start on 5 and 6, and that's the new lane 1 for the tournament. You go down.
Right.
So
exactly that to that point. Shout out to you, Greg Strickland. Just got home from watching. He says his youngest won a U12 event. Greg, where is that? Greg, I'm so happy that you've joined us. Thank you. Because I've had so many questions about Anthony that I can't get answered yet because I haven't had a chance to talk to him. So where y'all from? How did he get so good at being a two-handed backup pole? I'm sure he put in the work. Because he had me tricked, Greg. I thought he was a two-handed backup bowler normally, because that's what I saw him do the majority of the time during qualifying yesterday. But congrats to your youngest on winning a U12. That's pretty cool. Great day for the Strickland fan. That's nice.
Mason just won 212 to 198.
Western Pennsylvania is Mr. Strickland. He might be the furthest player who took the furthest distance to get here. Oh. Trey Ford just stoned a 9-pin. It's not going to matter from the 30 bonus, but again, he needs every pin possible to continue his climb and try to defend his title.
And on the way back, Ryan said that he can punch for 140.
Oh boy. Well, he's in the catastrophic mode right now. And that's about as catastrophic as you can get.
And it looks like Matt made a ball change to a purple from a black hammer, and that one peeled quite a bit.
This is starting to remind me a little bit of the 11thframe.com Open, and I referenced that tournament earlier because they had a similar format on their Sunday as well. They had 12 games, and I think it was 40 plus bowlers at least. I can't remember if it was 48. I think it was 48. And everyone had bonus pins, but it was a beat the board type of bonus. If you had the highest game in game 1, you got 48 bonus points. If you had the second highest game, you got 47, and so on. And obviously, of course, over the course of 12 games, there's a lot that can happen. Similar in the regard just of the amount of games bowled here. Obviously, the bonus structure is traditional round robin. But there was a player, my guy David Cole, late in the round, like games 8, 9, 10, after shooting 850 the first couple of games, he ran into a stretch where he just had nothing. And talking to him afterwards, it was actually, a lot of it was fatigue related.
Okay.
Right? Not bowling 12 games or that amount of games for a long time. But nonetheless, it contributed to some struggles, and he was in danger of missing the number after leading it. It feels like this is where Ryan Powers is now in. The guy's been in the lead up until the previous game, or game 12, the majority of the term. But now he's in a situation where his look is virtually non-existent. He's trying to find something that just allows him to get to the pocket, which seems like when you get to that point in the tournament, right, as we watch Trey shoot 232, unfortunately for Eddie Joe, that this game might be the one that does it for him. Unfortunately, it takes him out of contention. To finish the story on Powers, he's got to just find a way. Now, David Cole, to kind of put the moral to the story, Cole ends up doubling in the 10th in the last game to make the show. He won the tournament.
Okay.
It feels like that's where we're rolling here with Ryan Powers. Hopefully it doesn't come to the part where he's got a double
in 10th.
In the 10th of the position round to make the show. But he wasn't lying, apparently, when he said he had to hit the pocket in a game and a half.
I think now it's also one of those things where, you know, like you said earlier, he had such a big lead for such a long time, and then other bowlers got hot at the same time. So now it's like putting that extra stress. So hopefully he can, in game 14, find something to where he can go 190 or 2-0.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland, Western PA. That's where the family is from, but Anthony right now at Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico. So I'm going to assume that Anthony is in the Air Force, or at least part of it in some capacity. And it sounds like our guy Keen is also on a military base. He works at Roadrunner Lanes, which is on the base.
Oh, nice.
Learning those tidbits about the people that I see, because sometimes I just see him for a few games, right? And then I may not see him again until the next year. Now, for those who are in the area, it sounds like I feel like Emeka, who bowled yesterday, I thought someone told me he too is either in the military or similar fashion works in or around a military base, either locally here or around the area, or also in New Mexico, one or the other.
The one guy that I bowled with yesterday, he was in the military.
Okay.
And he came from the military base around here to bowl us.
Touchdown by Noah. He's probably will end up coming up just shy of what it's going to take to get to the show. But, man, I thought he was my sleeper pick today. And the tie, of course, on third. Probably the first tie of the day. 167, 167.
Hey, give the guy props. He went 9 spare strike for it.
pretty cool stuff again on Greg, or from Greg, excuse me, about Anthony and their family. Well, folks, we're in 14, right? Yeah, I think so. Game 14.
Yes, and I believe Zweig and the guy he's bowling are almost done with game 14.
Oh, right. Okay.
Goes back to the speed thing.
Oh, you said almost done with
Yeah.
14. Holy. Okay.
They were both done at the same time. He's like, let's go.
Well, somebody had the front 6 down there on 13 and 14. It looks like it might have been a Juan Fei.
Yes, I believe so.
So 5 and 6 has all of a sudden become maybe the most important pair in the building right now. And that is because Ryan Powers is bowling Anthony Strickland. And obviously it's less about Anthony. And not that Anthony is the opponent right now for Ryan Powers, but it's Ryan Powers who is trending in the absolute wrong direction. And if this was his probability score would still be pretty high regarding making the top 5 for the show. But for that top seed, it's getting dicey for sure. It might be becoming a 2-player race.
Yeah.
I'd like to, it's very rare, right? But I'd like to see, when we're talking about players hooking urethane, and I don't know if that's Ryan's preferred method or his game, right? But if he can hook it, and I'm not saying he's going to hook it like Trey 4, because part of Trey's trick too, right? He doesn't throw it as hard, right? So he can give it away from that extent.
Oh, there we go. A little too far left with the feet, I think. Definitely the right ball, I think.
In a format this long, you would anticipate just a little bit of a shell shock type of moment, but it actually didn't look like it was going to happen for anybody.
Oh, good spare.
Nice spare. He just went back up at the 210 and made it. All right, so I'm going to watch Sean's bowling Mason, right?
No.
No?
I don't.
I thought I just saw Mason up there.
I should.
Maybe
yeah,
that was a game ago.
He is.
Okay. Well, you're at the point now, certainly, where I'm like, okay, the games might be running together on who's bowling who.
Well, and like the other thing, I think what he does is he steps back away from the bowling, like as his release in between frames. So it's like when you look over and you don't see the other person there, you're just like, oh, that's a good question. Who are they bowling?
Real quick. And the other thing too, right, when you don't have a clue, generally speaking, you start leaving all these designs and difficult multi-pin spares. And that's what further exacerbates the situation. But another very difficult spare here. Oof. Not sure who wants to shoot 3-9-10s openly and honestly. This is true testing of the resolve right here for one Ryan Powers, who I don't know for sure, but I feel like his family might now be in attendance. Or at least somebody's family is.
Good spare by Brett.
Meanwhile, Matt Jones is in a battle with Josue Rivera over on 1 and 2. They're striking galore over there.
Wow. That attitude control that he's throwing is looking good.
heard a good suggestion about going outside and screaming.
I tend to go in the bathroom to scream.
It sounds like a good idea. Some days, doing this job, I want to go outside and scream.
Hey, sometimes, maybe getting an adult beverage.
Man, every now and then I would. There are rounds every now and then. Every now and then you get a round where I felt just as bad as the bowlers did, like watching them have to go through what they were going through because the lanes were so difficult. Almost like Ryan, right? I'm starting to feel that, and I'm trying to best describe what he might be feeling. You can imagine what he's feeling, folks. Man just was leading the tournament for a while, and all of a sudden he's down to 660 over, which is still a ton, but he's going the wrong way.
I need to get up and stretch.
All right, so we do have some new scores. And we welcome in Dante Uribarri for a bit, as Sean needed to take a little moment to go out and stretch. Which is not a bad idea, actually. Well, what's been your viewpoint, your take on what we've seen here?
Right now, I think the lefties have a really good look. I think Brett looks really good. Noah too. I think Noah had a 200 clean, and it could have been 230, 240. Mason Edmondson's killing it. He's absolutely lined up right now. Looks really good. Looks really comfortable. I honestly don't think he's moved much at all. I think he's just balled down. And looks really good. One surprising me right now is Ryan.
Yeah, I think that is a surprise to everyone. Unfortunately, his last two games have been 150, 136, and he's trending more of the same. And he just did.
There we go.
What, I don't know if that's his version of throwing it at the head pin.
I think he just chucked it down there.
But he just kind of threw it at the head pin. And he looked like, I'm trying to get an idea of what bowling ball he was just throwing. But
I think he just threw his black hammer.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you're just trying to make sure you don't give away your spot. Even if you don't get the top seed, right? You don't want to waste all of the great bowling you've done.
Of course.
And obviously the lanes are the lanes. But if you can throw it at the head pin and leave something that's decently makeable, that's really all you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, even like you said, even if he just does that,
that's easier said than done.
Oh, of course, yeah, of course. But I mean, if he just shoots 180, 190, those games will win. I mean, so.
All right, so let me get those new standings so you guys can see exactly what I'm talking about here. Obviously, you were not in the booth, Dante, but I was just telling Sean a story about an event I was at recently called the 11thframe.com Open.
Okay.
And kind of had a similar long format on Sunday. It was 12 games, different bonus structure. But there was a player who started out fantastically hot, just like Josue Rivera is at the moment. But started there, shot 850 the first three. It just lined him up, just destroying it.
Wow. Got
to like a midpoint of the block where things got iffy for him a little bit. Ends up having him basically double in the 10th to make the show.
Wow. After going 850, or starting with an 850.
Yes.
Wow.
And it felt like I compared that to what I'm seeing from Ryan.
Yeah. Yeah, I could.
Not quite dominant, right? Can't use that word because Brett and Mason have been
100%.
Equally as good.
Yes.
But showed no signs of, not going to be in a situation where he'd make the show, let alone be the #1 seed, right?
Right.
As Rivera gets one more, strike gets him to 280. and now the last couple have really provided the adversity. And it feels like he's trending now to that situation where hopefully not, but he might be in that position round game needing to double in the 10th just to make it show.
Yeah. I mean, that would be just so tough. Okay, so I don't think. Okay, so he's not just chucking it.
All right, so he did not chuck it. That one was much more of a Ryan Powers-like shot. We'll go to that pair in a minute.
So what was confusing me about his last couple of games is that, yeah, so it seems like 15, 16, 17, and 18 haven't been friendly at all to anybody.
I would agree with that.
Anybody. But it looked like he was just, with the other guys that were there that were grinding out their 170s to 190s, even 2.0s, like they never gave up the right. They kind of just forced it there and gets away with that.
It's good break.
So it was a little surprising to me that Ryan did go to resin, even though like his adjustments weren't working and he stuck with resin. You know, like some of these guys literally told me that they were just sticking with the urethane, just trying to control pocket, see if they could just leave their makeables in. So
I think if it was as simple as controlling the pocket, I think he would have done that, honestly, and he probably wouldn't have gave the resin a try. The good news, obviously, for him is what we were talking about was he had built up the currency to be able to have a struggle game or two. So if he wanted to try something, he could.
He could.
Because of where he was in the standings.
But the struggle games are being a little too low.
Unfortunate.
Yes.
That's the unfortunate aspect of things.
Yes.
I tell you what, though, if he can figure out a way to get this win.
I wouldn't surprise me that Ryan would punch out. That's something Ryan would do. He'll punch out, shoot 188, maybe win. But even if he shoots 170, 180, I think that I'll call that a win for this game.
These are the things that as bowlers, right, which makes bowling so difficult. Because at the drop of a dime, things can just change.
100%.
And they can change for the better.
No,
and they can change for the worse.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, obviously for Ryan, it's the opposite way.
Yeah, this is just really surprising to me.
We're about to learn a lot about his resolve here. First and foremost, let's move over to 9 through 12 just quickly here. See how Sean is attacking them because he's in that situation too, still needing to put together the game. Let's throw the standings up there now.
Horrible break. Gosh.
Mason Edmondson plus 798. Brett Wolf plus 773. Ryan Powers plus 660. Kyle Ponzo is now fourth plus 509. Brian Van Sickle fifth plus 493. And again, Trey Ford is now sixth. He is knocking on the door.
Can't exactly.
And I know you said this is how it went down.
I told you. This is literally just like it was last year.
And Sean Lavery right there as well. Again, knocking on the door. Matt Jones still knocking also. Matt shot 209 and did not get the win.
We had our first tie with the 167.
Yeah, I saw that overall on 3 and 4.
Let's see what Ryan does here. It'll be interesting to see what he's going to do.
First, we'll watch Mason.
I have not seen him get out of that. Looks so good there.
Over to Powers. Trey Ford, 6 into the 10.
That's unfortunate.
Dropped a bowling ball.
It's just, so I think he just tried to. He just sped it up, and like yesterday through like the later games, it just got so speed sensitive, and if you even try to speed it up, even by half a mile. It just was not going to read. He needs a spare.
Well, as bowlers, we probably all have been in a situation where things have been going well, and then all of a sudden it just kind of hits you in the face.
Right.
And then it's like everything becomes compounded because there's some, for some, there could be some nerves, right? But your swing goes from being, completely loose, you're good,
to a little tighter.
The tightest probably as it can be. Then you're doing, subconsciously you're doing different things.
Right. And then you're just trying to now battle yourself.
Correct.
Trying to tell yourself to loosen up again, but a lot easier said than done sometimes.
I think no matter what happens, I think what he wants to leave here with is just a semblance of something that he could repeat.
Right.
Moving forward, and that's what he hasn't had in the last 2 games, now 3.
I mean, those 2 shots that he threw in the 5th and 6th frame look really good. Sometimes it's fool's gold. I mean,
this is I've seen this happen, several times before, and it's never easy for the player, obviously.
big finish for Trey.
Nice break. And still, the good news is, more than likely, will still be in the top 5 with 2 games to go.
Right. No, he will be.
But he will have to.
He's going to have to work a little more.
Do the work.
You're in your headphones.
Got the work to do. Lavery as Brett Wolf cannot win his match on 3 and 4. So Brett's going to fall to Trey 4, which is big for Trey.
Goes plus 41 on that. Let's see how Brian did too.
And it's become a what went from a 3-player race to possibly just, again, the 2-player race now for the top seed. And now you add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, probably 6 players for the final 3 spots. All in a 16-game block.
It's a long day.
Yeah, without question.
So Kyle Ponzo's going to win his match now.
All about match winning at this point.
Yes.
For every player who still has a chance. So Strickland is going to get the win. That's true. Brett was on 3 and 4 again.
He's not the biggest fan of Lane.
No, that's an understatement.
It's the nicest way I can put it.
That is an understatement.
I think he's happy. He's done with lane 3 and 4, I think. Let's see what Ryan does here.
Nice split pickup for Edmondson.
There we go. It's a big strike. If you could punch out, call that a win. Shoot 160, the way it started. I thought I was the only one that had at least 4 or 5 splits in a row all weekend.
No.
There was a handful of people that did that.
Trey Ford taking on
Matt Jones, I believe.
Yep.
Okay. So 160 here.
All right, so Powers.
All right.
Well, every pin counts in
I would
his situation now for
yeah,
sure.
I would say 163 is. I mean, that's just tough. Tough last 3 games for him. Hopefully he finds something. It looks like he did. He went pocket 3 times in a row, so.
I think he made a subtle move with his feet left too to see probably how far he could go. And that's what I was hoping he would do.
Right.
When he started to run into trouble, I was curious if he would just kind of make the move left and see what it's like with urethane, because other players in the field had kept just kind of chasing it left with urethane.
Yes. It was really, really touchy with resin if you try to do that. And like even if you tugged at a board or two, it was going straight to like 4-pin area. I mean,
All right, so looks like Powers is moving over to 3 and 4. So he'll still be in view. And that means he'll be in that area, obviously, for position round as well, assuming things go his way as we now enter game number 15. It's changing on the screen. Been tuning in the entire time, folks. You are wonderful human beings. We appreciate you very much. So does the Uribarri family.
yeah, thank you guys.
If you've kind of popped in and out on a Sunday, you got plenty to do. Certainly understandable. You can watch, relive, and rewatch everything from, of course, qualifying and match play on the Boldstream TV YouTube channel. And obviously, as well, stepladder finals will be coming up after the position round. In the past, about how many minutes or so have we guys gone from the end of match play to stepladder?
I'm really happy we get to witness 5 and 6 right now.
Did you hear my question?
I'm sorry, I was so locked in on this. What was that?
About in the past.
Okay.
About how many minutes or how much time between the end of match play to the start of the stepladder? How many minutes?
Oh, like
the time in between.
Oh, the time in between?
Like, I'm assuming it's pretty short.
Yeah, it's not long at all.
So I'm gonna say 20 minutes ish.
Yeah.
That sound like
yeah,
a
if
good.
that. Yeah, that's
okay.
yeah, that's a good estimate. Yeah.
All right.
It's not long at all.
Okay. I'm set, so all I have to do is hit stop.
No, yeah.
And then hit start.
Yes. Yeah. No, it's not long at all.
Okay. Okay, now what were you locked in on?
Oh, 5 and 6. I love both. It's, like you just don't see a lot of like really smooth lefties. Like, I mean, you do, but you just these guys are just really. They look like traditional like old school lefty bowling styles, if that makes any sense. Like,
especially Noah, for
yeah,
sure.
It's amazing. Like, yeah, I think this is gonna be a really good match.
So Trey is over again with Matt Jones. Very important situation. It's Eddie Joe Jarrett, Zweig, and I believe is Zweig playing or bowling Sean?
Yes. Yes, he is.
So Trey, their match on 1 and 2 might possibly just determine who will end up having the upper hand.
Yes.
Because the loser of that match, I feel like could be out. Not that won't be the case mathematically, but that 30 bonus spins over there, most important perhaps of this particular game. And then Sean would need a win. And at this point, too, you know, Brett and Mason are both trying to get the top seed.
Right.
So they're going to have, obviously, their own match in the position round, but if each can bring 30 bonus to the table.
That would be pretty cool.
Uh-oh. Right, so I did not make that. He is bowling against Sean Laverspar. Trey Ford has gone spare, double. Game 14 is almost up.
Oh no, man. So it looks like Ryan made a big move back right on that shot. I think he tried to throw that pink widow he finished with on lane 5 and 6, and it just did not pick up.
Well, we know pair to pair has been
Tricky.
so tricky.
Oh, great effort.
Wow.
It's a great effort. He is really trying to overpower that right side then. Based off that shot, I think that's what his adjustment was.
Well, if you joined us late, folks, been a few things that's happened, as you would imagine, in a 16-game situation. But right now, Ryan Powers, who was phenomenal. He
Started off hot.
Brett Wolf, Mason Edmondson, phenomenal. And it does not take away from the great bowling that he has done today. But he has run, unfortunately, into some significant trouble that now has his position in the top 5 severely threatened.
Oh.
Do you know Josue?
I do. He's from Juarez, so
Okay.
he's across the border. I've known him about 10 years, 10 to 12 years. Grew up bowling together, stuff. Really good friend of mine. Him and I have unfortunately not made a cut in the same year together.
Really?
Yeah, we're always alternating. Always alternating. Him and I have not made a cut 2 years in a row. We're still waiting for that to happen for us. So Ryan doesn't even have a 100-pin advantage on 5th place.
The good news is, though,
6th place.
he does have a 100-plus pin advantage.
Yes.
In fact, he's got a 176 pins. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah.
On 6th place. But, you know, the longer it goes in this direction,
Right.
again, you don't want to leave it to the position round.
He's teasing it. Oh, good spare right there. It's a good spare.
And again, if you're new to the broadcast today, hit the thumbs up. Also, subscribe if you haven't already to Bowlstream TV. Uh-oh. Oof.
Attention, tournament bowlers, as we make our way to game 15.
It's the first time you haven't heard Ian all day on the mic since he did the announcements to start the block. He does have a very good voiceover.
Oh, he does.
Like voice to where not only a voiceover voice, but like a PA announcer voice.
He gets your attention.
A game host or game experience type of voice.
He has a good game show voice. He'd be a little good game show.
Yeah, I know he's busy at Microsoft. Shout out to him too.
Yeah.
That's a fantastic gig.
He's a genius.
But if he ever wanted to have a side hustle, he
That'd
could
be pretty
easily
fun.
be a PA announcer, you know, at a baseball or whatever.
Yeah.
But he could easily do PA. Or some voiceovers of any kind.
Yeah, when he lived here, everybody loved him during league and stuff.
I bet.
Yeah. They would get all excited. He'd get you ready to bowl.
He should have been over at the Chihuahuas in the press box with the media crew,
Sean
filling in on some PA.
Sean just whiffed 2 10 pins in a row.
All right, let's throw up the standings here. Got the update after 14. So you mentioned Sean. He's over on 11 and 12. I'm going to show that real quick. And for Ryan Powers, man, hey, just make spares, big dog.
Just make your spares here.
All right, so Mason now with a 90 pin advantage actually over Brett Wolf at plus 860. Brett Wolf plus 770. Mason, by the way, has only lost twice. I'm sorry, 3 times today.
And he shot 202, 197, 224 with those games.
He's 11 and 3. And Brett Wolf 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he is now 9 and 5. Ryan Powers was cruising as we talked about. He's lost his last 3, of course, and he's had his 3 lowest games not only just today but at the tournament. That includes qualifying yesterday, but he's still at plus 623. Brian Van Sickle, talk about the roller coaster. We were talking about him. He started off very well today. Then games 7 through 11 were difficult. No wins, low games. Last 3 victories, 246, 224, 259, back into 4th place.
Yeah, he told me all he did was he went further right again, kind of where he started, and just started getting further up the back on the ball, just letting it roll.
Yeah, that makes sense because you don't want to do extra. Pair to pair for sure. Like, I mean, you just don't know what's going to happen.
He was trying to do a bunch of stuff during those games right there, and he was just running into trouble. Like, he'd double and run into a split. You know, he couldn't get a string going on those 2-0s and 190 games, but he just went back to what he did yesterday at the end of qualifying. Oh, no, Trey.
Ponzo again plus 541, and then Trey Ford. There he is in 6th place at plus 406.
Him and Matt are in a little battle over there.
Yeah, and for Trey, you know, again, 30 bonus pins, so important for both of those players.
Right now, this is a crucial match between those 2 guys.
They're separated by 15 pins in the standings. 4 with back-to-back opens.
Good strike there. I'm not sure if Brett was throwing his double cross this whole game. I know he threw it in his field a couple last game and the game before that. I thought he was going to switch to that pretty soon.
That was perhaps the best shot Ryan has thrown in a while.
Yeah.
And it was really good, and it's worth taking another look at just to get an understanding of what that ball did, I think, versus what his balls weren't doing. And as it makes its move, it is reading it, the lane. Like it read it perfectly. And he too, you could just, right, the reaction says it all. The reaction says everything you need to know about what he's been dealing with. The question is, can he repeat it?
Let's see.
There it is.
Okay. There we go.
That's how you get through adversity right there. That's how you get to it.
That's funny. That is interesting.
Dante Akin asked to keep him pinged on upcoming tournaments.
Okay. Sounds good. Definitely will.
What's on your upcoming bowling schedule? Well, maybe not much, huh?
No, not much, unfortunately. I will be out for
That's right.
a couple of months, which I'm not too mad about. I think I can use a little break. unfortunate circumstances, but was doing a lot of traveling this year, so a lot of bowling. But if I'm good before or around December at King of the Rock, which is in Albuquerque, that's one tournament that I do like to bowl at.
King of the Rock.
So that tournament was in Rio Doso, New Mexico. A small little house. Paid out very well. Really good sponsors, but they got bought out. So
The bowling center?
yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
And the buyers did not want to keep running that tournament, unfortunately. So I believe that I think they're still trying to figure out which alley they're going to run it at around the Albuquerque area. I want to say they said Silver Lanes. I could be wrong. But that's a tournament I do like to bowl at. It's a lot of fun, very profitable. But do have some good plans for next year and a lot more bowling. Put a lot more work into bowling outside of league and all that stuff, and just try to get my name out there.
How old are you again?
21.
21.
Yes, sir.
Boy, I remember those days.
They've been fun. It's been fun days.
It only gets better, man.
Really?
Yeah, just take it all in stride.
Well,
I'll tell you, once that 3 hits, things might change.
That's a great shot for Ryan.
It might just change with how you physically feel.
See, you're one of the few that said that it's going to get better. People are like, oh, well, get ready.
Well, I'll tell you what. When I turned 30, you know, everyone said, oh, you know, it's going to be this, it's going to be that. And it's all in how you make it. And then I had the same thing when I turned 40. Oh, my gosh. You know, just dreading it, right? And then
You are 40?
I'm 41.
You look great.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I thought you were like, I think you did mention your age to me on Friday. Was it Friday? Yeah, I thought you were just in your mid-30s.
And I'm going to use that to my advantage to as long as I can. But, you know, you still got to take care of yourself, right?
Of course.
But it's all about how you view things as you continue to get older.
Right.
So as opposed to be like, oh, things aren't going the way I thought, or, you know, my plan for this didn't go the way I thought it might, et cetera, and so forth. Well, what is going right? Celebrate the wins.
Right.
And that's what I think we sometimes forget. Just celebrate the wins. Like Trey Ford is trying to celebrate the win, and with that first shot, it's about done it. One more puts him in the 220s with a good count.
That's a big game right there. That was very big for Trey.
He's still in the mix. He would need a big game and some help. And he may have possibly tried to get that help from Ryan here. Boy, it'd be great if he could make this.
Oh, no, Ryan.
Looks down at the hand there. One could imagine what his hand might feel like. He'd love to get the 30 bonus here.
He was telling me earlier about his finger was bothering him.
Yeah, he looked right down at it. It looks like his right index finger. Which,
Oh, yeah, he has a pretty large blister on that finger.
might have to put a little tape on that, because now Josue,
So I could put some pressure on him.
he can shoot 181 and force the double from Ryan. Trey Ford, 221, had a couple of hiccups.
That was a big match.
FMB 12. Starting to see a few usernames that I'm not familiar with, which is good,
Right. Yeah, new people watching. That's
because
great.
that means we got some new folks watching,
Yeah, that's
or
great.
they may have been watching the whole time or at other events and just never chatted, which is okay. I've come to learn that, actually, that people watch more than you think. They just don't chat.
No input.
Which is okay,
That's fine.
because some folks just like to watch bowling, which is great.
Yeah.
Some folks do like to chat, and some folks like to chat too much. You get every level.
That's fine. It's a good way to put it. It's a big double.
Man, no. I don't know. Do you know much about Noah?
So I bowled against Noah in Vegas when I was at GCU. He went to UTSA. So he's a San Antonio.
Texas San Antonio?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, they got some studs over there on that team. He was actually telling me he chose to come bowl instead of going to a wedding.
Was he in the wedding?
No, he said it was a buddies of his though. So,
well,
guy came out and made some money. But he did tell me he will be back next year. That this is a really good weekend for him. So, told him to bring out some of his old college bowling buddies and come down over here.
Outside of the 3 consecutive splits, but this thing might have been wrapped up already for Noah.
Yep.
But now Brett's got to get the first one in the 10th. You can see Powers on your left. Needs to keep it at the head pin just to get the win. He does that.
It's a good shot.
That's no one needed a win more
Yeah.
than Ryan Powers. He's still not going to shoot 200, but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Like, he just needed to mentally, right, and just physically see that he could still win matches.
Yes.
And that he could repeat shots or at least double, which he hasn't done, but he did in the 6-7, not just double, but throw it good and double. Nice.
He has better ball reaction now. Seemed like he
needs
found
that.
something good.
Will his finger hold up? Because now the situation is
That was a pretty big blister.
he's kind of out of the talk about bowling one game, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's not going to get there, but he's still on the show. So now it's about how many games is he going to bowl. Trey Sledge, letting Dante know he's got plenty of love for you.
Love Trey.
Shout out to Mac. I don't know Mac either, but he sounds dope.
I think I know who's Mac is.
I'm a big Trey Sledge fan.
I love Trey Sledge.
After watching Longview.
Trey Sledge is an amazing guy, man. I love that guy.
Trey, by the way, too. So at Longview, you had on the like the Mardi Gras beads like jersey, and I think you also had on an LSU hat. So of course I didn't know you at the time. So I'm like, man, is he from New Orleans? Is he from Baton Rouge?
He's from the Midland, Odessa.
And then someone in the chat finally let us know where he was actually from.
Amarillo.
So, folks, we are going to have a momentary break as position round is on its way. All right, so don't go anywhere. Position round is next. All right. Only question next, or at this point, will be, can Brett Wolf, who unfortunately just shot 192, how many pins will he have to make up to try to get the #1 seed? He probably would have to shoot a major game and get a ton of help from Mason Edmondson, which just doesn't look like
it. Doesn't look like it. Mason's locked in.
That's going to happen.
He's on right now.
So the other story, of course, to watch is obviously Ryan Powers. Can he remain in the 3rd spot? Or will Brian Van Sickle, who's been on a nice run in these last few games, can he pop up and maybe shoot, not only make a run at 3rd, but maybe even make a run at the #2 seed? And can Kyle Ponzo perhaps and or Brian Van Sickle hold off Trey 4? That's what we're looking at.
Heating up.
Heating up indeed. Your 1-2 is going to be on 1 and 2, so forth and so on.
Yes.
So you'll see Brett Wolf, you'll see Mason Edmondson, you'll see Van Sickle, you'll see Powers, Ponzo. I'm assuming Trey 4 will be on 5 and 6.
Yes, he will be.
Not sure who he's going to face. We'll find that out.
I don't think.
Once all the scores are complete, and it looks like everybody is complete with game 15 also, which is good.
Sean ended up winning his match too. He shot 214, so he will be on 9 and 10.
So game 16 / position round coming up next. Ian is making his runs to each table. By the way, I think some of you, let's see if I can go to a quick different shot. Let's take that down. But so I know obviously they got new lanes.
Yes.
Right. Did they keep or did they make these settee tables that you see on the left of your screen, folks? Did they make these tables from the old lanes, or was this something separate?
This is something separate.
Okay.
Yeah, these are separate.
Because I'd be like, well, that's a good use of,
No,
obviously
yeah,
that wood.
No, they've had these in a lot, like about a year and a half, 2 years before they even put in the new stuff.
Okay. While we got a moment, folks, any questions? Has anything surprised anyone today? I think for me, I'm a little surprised, just like I talked about this morning or this afternoon, and just how tough they did play today. There were moments for every bowler I felt like they were at their best, and there were moments where it looked like they were at their worst, but it really wasn't them. It was the pair-to-pair in the lane condition that started.
Yeah, and a lot of them, I've been walking around all day checking up on folks and all that stuff, and just asking them questions too. They just said they just played a little tougher today. They said they're not surprised with that. Obviously, the pattern, you lay out the pattern for a couple of days. I mean, they say it's well known that they will play a little tighter.
Absolutely.
And they just said transition was a little more tricky. And they're still in the same area. But I know, I think Matt is ended up switching from a purple to a different purple. You know, they're still staying in the same type of equipment, just obviously maybe different surface on it or layouts, obviously, you know. But
just got a notification that my phone bill is ready.
Oh,
I love
lovely.
that, right? Don't we love that?
I gotta love those reminders.
Your cell phone company texts you and says, your bill's ready. Then they'll text me in a couple days and say, your bill was paid.
You would hope so, right? That's funny. It's not like you needed a reminder.
Yeah, I'm like, I mean, this is hour number 6. 6.5 hours today of bowling. And then I look down and Verizon is telling me that my bill is ready.
Do you usually get messages every month?
That's why I'm out here hustling. Gonna pay these bills.
That's funny, man. That's great. I think they got him up. They did get him up. So
right.
Ryan stays in third.
All right, let's throw the standings up here.
Attention to the bowlers with results of our first
Wow.
15 games.
So Ponzo and Trey Ford's going to be a good match.
Also give us our lane under position for the positional round. On lane 1, we have Mr. Mason Edmondson. On lane 2, we have Brett Wolf. On lane 3, we have Ryan Powers. On lane 4, we have Ryan Pansicle. On lane 5, we have Kyle Ponzo. On lane 6, we have Trey Ford. Lane 7 and down, so we're using 17 and 18 as our alternate pair. And that puts Sean Lavery on lane 17 and Matt Jones on lane 18. On lane 9, we have Noah Groupstack.
Wow. So,
And on lane 10, we have Josue Rivera. On lane 11, we have
All right, so on your screen, Edmondson leading plus 898. Brett Wolf would have plenty of work to do to have a chance at the top seed, and he would need Mason to, put together a 130 type of game. Ryan Powers still with a nice cushion over 5th, but there is now a battle, as we anticipated, for the number 3 seed between Powers and Van Sickle. Kyle Ponzo is in a battle
to
with
keep his spot.
Trey Ford.
That's going to be a really cool match. I believe Ponzo had the front 7 or 8 on the same pair.
That sounds about right,
Yeah.
actually.
He ended up shooting 250 that game. So I want to say he had front 7.
It's a 64-pin advantage for Kyle Ponzo at the moment. And there's going to be so used to being on tour and seeing or having the position round where they get a couple of shots or a minute or two to practice, so to get loose again, because it takes much longer in that situation for a position round just to make sure the scores are in and this, that, and the other. So I'm like, oh shoot, they're going right to bowling. Forgot about that. Just 16 players today, and they already had the majority of the scores. So nice job by Ian and the tournament staff. Give them a lot more credit too. Ian, Virginia, obviously your dad, and I'm sure there's some other people that, you know, kind of behind the scenes that you know, help and aid with this tournament.
The whole staff, man. The whole staff.
Michelle has been fantastic.
Yes, unfortunately she had to leave early today. She wasn't feeling great. A little under the weather, but she did awesome.
Well, I thank her for her help. She was really, really great. Thanks to Steve as well. He could not be here today. He had some functions to attend with his family. Everything was going good with Steve, and then he told me he was a Packers fan. And it just went downhill. But I appreciate him. Yeah. Unfortunately,
I think they're in a
I'm
battle
a Chicago
with the Cowboys
guy.
today.
Yeah, I'm a Chicago dude through and through. But the one thing all Chicagoans agree on, generally speaking, is the Bears, and that's whether they're good or bad.
You got to.
That's the only thing. And the Blackhawks for the hockey fans.
Okay.
Because there's 2 baseball teams, and we all know most people choose one or the other. And if you say you root for both, like my guy Jerry, who I met yesterday.
Jerry, a Cubs fan, big Cubs fan.
He told me that, but the craziest thing about that is he's told me he grew up in Bridgeport, which is where the White Sox play. That's the neighborhood they play. He grew up there, but it's a Cubs fan.
As a Cubs fan. He's a huge Cubs fan. We went to his house yesterday. He even had we were playing some cornhole. We were playing bags, and the boards were Chicago Cubs.
I could see that. We were I was talking to Anthony, who makes
the boards.
Yes. And then I was talking about if he ships and does he make other things, and he said yes. And then we were talking about Chicago, and then he told me there was another individual, which happened to be Jerry, who was from Chicago. So I saw Trey take a couple of
scrapes
of the old wire brush to the shoe. You got to make sure everything
has to be good this match.
Absolutely.
Everything has to feel good for you.
So if you're just joining us, again, you're now looking at what is a 5-6 matchup, okay? Trey Ford trails Kyle Ponzo by 64 pins, okay? So for Trey, it's a win and needing to win by, I would say, 35.
It was a good start.
It's 35 pins would get him a 1-pin victory if he wins the actual game by 35 pins. That means, you know, that's good news for Ponzo, because he didn't want it. You know, whoever wins the game wins the match. He could still lose the match, but still make the show if Trey's game is low enough.
Right.
And or his game is high enough. Then I'm going to throw up 1 through 4 on the screen.
Wow, he slow with that one. Ryan, that was good from Ryan.
All right, so you'll have 1 through 4 picture in picture, just like we have been throughout the entire tournament. And then we'll move over to 1 through 4, obviously, here in a little bit. Should get you a full picture of what's going on over there. Brett and Mason, and neither player has opened through 2.5 frames over there. Ryan Powers. You know what? The best thing that happened to Ryan Powers is that he gets to finish on 3 and 4, which, again, I wasn't playing. That's just the way the position round works. That's what spot he was in. That he felt decently comfortable with ball reaction.
Good spare.
That he got a chance to finish there. This thing actually might play out almost like I was talking about, where he doesn't look like he's going to have to double in the 10th to make the show.
Right.
But he did give up his spot as the leader, and now we'll have to win the tournament by winning a couple of games in the stepladder. Get 6,000 to the winner, 3,000 for second, 1,500 for third, 1,250 for fourth, 1,050 for fifth, 16th, got 215. So if you were finished 16th, load of cash, $215. That's not including the Calcutta. Separate payout, of course, over there. More than 2,300 to the winner. A lot of folks bought their own action too. Wouldn't that be nice if you
got yourself and
you win?
Imagine. That is a great time.
Tell me the story again about wow, yeah, brutal.
Seen a lot of those this weekend.
Can you tell me, you had what was your story with regards to Ryan Powers and how was it you guys met, or he bowled a tournament, or?
We met in Vegas 2 years ago.
Yeah.
At the Tat, and we had just so happened to both make cut and end up bowling a match against each other with 2 other people. So it's top 2 go.
Okay.
Ryan forced me to double in the 10th, and I was fortunate enough to double in the 10th, but he will always give me he'll always make some comments or whatever. The way I just got the second one, I tripped 5-7. I went live 5-7, carried the 5-7.
Hey man, we'll take it at the tap.
Hey, we'll take. I mean,
you got to take it at the tap.
To be fair, I thought it was going to really hit high flush.
I bet you did,
but I really like.
Generally, most people do when they leave that.
So, but it's funny because you see, because Ryan, so Ryan always records, right? He's always on his own live stream and stuff too. And
yeah, I think he does TikTok. I've learned
TikTok, and I believe he'll go on Facebook Live sometimes. But Ryan actually edited a little video for me in that match too, and he stood up when I was already like walking towards the lane to watch me, and you just see him kind of just toss his chamois at the table after I carried 5-7. So he always makes jokes about it, but he's a really good friend. Always appreciate him coming down from Nebraska. So 2 years in a row that he's been here, so he already put that in his calendar to come down next year, which is very much appreciated. He even mentioned he's got a couple of buddies coming down with him next year. They mentioned that they wanted to come down next year, so.
Good break there for Ponzo.
That's a good break.
You saw the score on 3 and 4. Van Sickle left of your screen. This is frame 5 for Brian.
It kind of looked a little similar to that.
Appreciate you, Steve, hanging out. Also, by the way, Ed.
Oh, Petrie.
Yeah, said to tell you that hello.
Thank you, Ed. Really appreciate it.
Give you a fun fact on the 6 degrees of separation in the bowling industry.
I'm sorry?
The 6 degrees of separation in the bowling industry, right? Where, somebody knows somebody who knows somebody in bowling, right? Generally in life, but in bowling. So Ed Petrie used to work at the Open Championships, which you probably knew, right? And so, but he also worked at the same time that I started working.
Oh, really?
And so when I saw his name, I'm like, well, that's got to be Ed from Open Championships. And I remember him saying he was from El Paso.
Yes.
And obviously the tournament has been here. Well, last time I was here was 10 years ago, but
Yes. He's known my dad for a long time.
I bet.
Great shot.
Paso is a very unique city in the sense of, right, depending on where you live in the country, right? If you live in the Midwest or maybe Northeast, something like that, you may not know or ever meet somebody from El Paso unless it's in a particular industry, much like bowling.
Right. Yes. And that's why we like to, obviously. Oh wow, that is a wow.
Mason.
Wow. You know, well, it's your day, right? You gotta get those hits.
Oh, that was great.
Gotta get those hits. Those hits are crucial. See, and that's why we like to go out of town a lot for a bunch of events, because this is how you build networking. You meet a lot of great people. You know, you end up meeting some really good friends down the road. So.
Hey, he deserved that.
I would say Ryan's in a little better mood now.
Oh, absolutely. And listen, and I don't know him very well at all, but he's bowled 2 events in the last month and some change that I have streamed.
Okay.
And I was very impressed with how he kept his head straight during games 12, 13, and 14 when he could have easily.
He could have fried out easily. I'm sure he did, but he kept it cool. But
now, unfortunately, Trey Ford, he's had some unforced errors today.
very unusual of Trey to.
That's
for makeables.
Obviously, not the best time to miss a single pin. Let's go over to 1 through 4. Again, folks, I'm going to give you the cheat code here, which is the stepladder finals event. I'm going to give you that right now. I did this earlier, but we may have some new viewers. So that's the stepladder event. It's a separate link. So
Good
once
break.
we are done here, we will know, and we get the numbers, and we know the top 5. We'll go off the air briefly, and then we'll come back to air with the stepladder finals from that particular link. That way, those who want to watch the stepladder, obviously just in its entirety on its own without any qualifying match play, etc., can do that.
What did you notice today? Some of the bowlers, some of the people that we talked about yesterday.
With the exception of Raymond, who did start really well.
He did.
He had a great start. And then he just ran into some trouble. Like, he ran into the Ryan Powers trouble. Like,
Yes.
that's what he did.
Really fast, too. It was from... Ryan didn't start bad with that 150 game. He
Right.
had something.
That happened late in the
You know,
block.
it did, but with Raymond, it just looked like it was from one frame to the next, and it just followed him pair to pair.
Yeah, besides that, and I think a little bit of that was, you know, he's 19, right? So he saw some things
19.
that maybe he hadn't seen.
19, he throws it great.
Yeah, on the lanes, and so you may couple that just to some inexperience.
Yeah.
And maybe, you know, they fatigue, get a little tired, build a lot of games.
Yeah, and this is his first time out here too. To make a cut in this tournament too is just, it's really hard. I mean, like we saw the cut drop in 30 pins from one game, right? And that's a lot.
I can see why.
Yeah,
Seeing it in person, it's difficult.
Yeah, they just get tricky. Like some of the guys after the sweepers were saying that cut was going to be positive, and I was like, I don't know how games 7 and 8 are going to go. I mean, like I said, you're bowling really good. You're right in the bubble. You get a little tight, and it just happens. But
outside of Raymond, I thought Noah still was the sleeper in early.
he bowled great though. His scores, a lot of his scores do not. He had a clean 200 game with I think 2 9-pins off some doubles.
Yeah, he's going to finish probably no worse than 10th.
And watching him bowl like mid games here, I thought he was going to end up creeping up, but he just couldn't really get a really big game together.
And of course, Matt Zweig did struggle a little bit today. he probably went through every trick or every ball that he in the bag and trick that he knew, and it just wasn't his day today. Eddie Joe Torres, he had a great tournament. Pretty impressed with him. Sean was on his way. Sean Lavery. And he was on his way, and still very, very outside chance. Needed a lot to happen, but still had a very, 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 seemingly would happen type of chance, but had a chance.
Yes.
To get to the top 5, and then Trey Ford trying to still keep a little bit of small amount of pressure on Ponzo. As long as Kyle doesn't make any mistakes, he's going to be just fine.
Yes.
All right, back over to 1 through 4 here, just to give you a quick look at the scores.
Doesn't surprise me from Mason right now.
Oh yeah, 194 is the max for Brian Van Sickle, and the max here for Powers is 208. And again, they were separated by was that 21? Yeah, 21 pins. So that is a win. You get to be the number 3 seed. And I don't know if that's Ryan's fam or not.
Some friends that he's known that lived here actually.
All right. Well, they came at the right time because
they came at the peak of the struggle.
They did.
And then maybe there was some positive vibes at Ryan.
That helps.
Yes.
You see a familiar face.
Get your mood a little brighter and stuff.
And Sickle.
I'm really curious on what his next adjustment's going to end up being.
Brian?
Yes.
That's a good question, actually.
Because I know he tried to speed it up and try to get around it
really
a little
good
bit more. And it looked okay, but not great. He was still running into some carry issues. So I am really curious on what he's going to end up doing. That's not his favorite spare today. He did go in between it one time already. Yeah, he did on lane 1. I think it was on lane 1 or 2.
All right, real quick, let's go over to Trey. That was a big shot in the 9th from Ponzo. Because Trey can still get to 247. And if Kyle didn't strike in the 9th, it would have made it interesting.
Really interesting. Kyle's a killer, though, man. He's a great bowler.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch his glow up, if you will.
Yes, yes. No. He's always been good. And then we were talking a little bit yesterday after bowling, and he's just putting in a lot of work, and it clearly shows. But he's one guy I always bug to and ask him questions and advice. And it was really good pairing with him and stuff yesterday. Kept my head straight. Always try to keep me in it. So I love seeing him bowl well and stuff. And he's done really great things in a short amount of time. Really has.
He's only 23, I think.
Only 23.
And with that miss right there, but do it.
It's a great run. That was a good run.
Defending champion was trying to get back there, and opportunity to defend his title. He'd be the second person perhaps to win this tournament twice.
Yes, back-to-back years, actually. Oh, well, you did twice and go back-to-back. You had a good chance at it. Sean Lavery's the only one to go back-to-back here.
That's
the dagger.
Yep. The old unforced error, unfortunately.
He missed a 6-pin and a 10-pin to the right this game.
Every time I see Trey, though, man, I just go. I forgot back in the day, he's now older. He's a full adult now, but I feel like he was, I don't know if he had the record, maybe like youngest to win a regional or something along those lines. Like he was in that category.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Jordan Asberg checking in late.
Jordan.
What's up, Jordan? Mason Edmondson. Brett Wolf shot 220. Edmondson over there shot 232. No one else. We couldn't see what Sean and Matt Jones shot, but I don't think it was enough to even challenge.
Could Paso pass?
Well,
Can he move up?
And that was the other thing. And so he's going to get 30 bonus pins, obviously.
He's going to go plus 58 here, or plus 78 here with those bonus pins.
Yeah, and that was puts him at plus 599.
Because
Van Sickle was
162,
and he was at 617. And that is 38. Yeah. He did. So Ponzo.
Well, that doesn't. He's still gonna have to bowl the next one.
Correct, but lane choice will be very important.
Right.
After watching how this full 16-game block is playing out, and kind of watching 5 and 6 too, the lane choice. And I was saying this earlier, and I was like, you get to a position round a lot of times, and nothing really, or the seeding really doesn't, like, it matters obviously, but there's nothing major that's happening where it really come into play. Right here, seeding I thought would be of utter importance. Like, if you were top seed, you really got an advantage, I thought, on this for sure.
Yes.
But even in the quick switch of 4th and 5th from Ponzo, he gets to determine where he wants to end.
Right.
And again, good fortune based on the position round. He finished on the stepladder pair, so he just got off the pair.
That's awesome. That's great.
All right, so if he's thinking about it from that terms, which is what he should be thinking about, in my opinion.
Yes.
Which lane was best for him? His 248 suggests both lanes work.
He didn't miss pocket once. I think the first shot he just went a little high, made a move, and just could not miss the pocket. Once Ponzo gets comfortable, he's very good. He's really hard to beat once he gets really loose and comfortable.
We will be announcing our bottom 11 competitors.
We know who Jordan's going for.
5 competitors will be in the final step ladder very shortly.
All right, so we'll keep it here again, as Ian mentioned, just to get the confirmed top 5 for you. But I think Van Sickle again should be at 579. Unofficially, Ponzo moves up to, what did we say Kyle got to? Sorry, 521 plus 78 plus 599. Then Ryan Powers did get a victory.
But he had a big sigh of relief.
Oh, yeah. I mean, shoot. Like, there was no one in the building with more on the line than Ryan Powers, man. Just crazy. All right, so, yeah, he was at 6. Was he? Now, this is really cool right here. We got 19-year-old Raymond Archuleta.
Ah, this is too cool.
Who I think we were having a conversation with about Trey Ford earlier today. And I can't remember who Raymond was talking to, but I feel like it was Trey. He was either listening to the broadcast while he was bowling, and he ends up commenting about how he looked up to a certain player. I think he was talking about Trey, and he used to watch him on YouTube.
Yeah, Trey did have a YouTube channel. He did, which was new, which I learned last year. I never knew, but yeah, Trey's a great guy.
So I think Mr. Powers would be at 664. Mason Edmondson, actually no, Brett Wolf shot 220, so that moves him to 782. And Edmondson with the 30 bonus pins, he shot 232. That gets him to plus 960. Wow.
That is great bowling.
So cut number, or excuse me, awaiting the official top 5 announcement. And then once that takes place, there won't be very many minutes after that. But we're just about set and ready to go for stepladder when it is time. So with that said, folks, just an early indication, and again, click the link that says stepladder. I'm going to pin that link real quick, actually. Click the link at the top of the chat. That's the stepladder link. Again, that's where we're going next. But early indications on who you got to win this tournament. It would be, you know, if you said Mason Edmondson, it'd be hard to disagree with that based on what we've seen. But, you know, since Ponzo got to have his position round match on this pair, I like his look.
I like his chances for this game for sure, 100%.
I like Brett bowled pretty well on 5 and 6 when he was on it. Good question again on Brian. What Brian Van Sickle may have to do or change up, right? No re-oil, by the way, which I thought was very intriguing. And Daniel let us know some of the reasoning behind that, which the logic made sense. And especially after learning he's never done it, which, you know,
In 7 years we never have.
nice little caveat. So it makes every tournament its own,
Right.
and the uniqueness of each event. So who y'all got? And I'll ask it again, of course. Now this is interesting. Okay, so I'm gonna ask you a question.
I knew he would
You can resurface
before.
It's a new
during,
round.
During practice.
All right, now there's no re-oil. Okay, but Ryan Powers is putting a little surface on his Black Widow pink urethane.
I wonder what he's putting it at, but I'm not surprised because I think that's his favorite ball.
I don't blame him.
Every time he could get into that
Based on what I
ball,
saw.
every time he could get into that ball, he's money. So I'm really intrigued to see how much he's putting on it. He's touching his the black as well. He had a good ball reaction with both. He did. So really interesting. I might ask him.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna find that out. That's be some key information. Jordan says we always end first, by the way. So that sounds like an ASU theme.
I like Ponzo's chances.
Well, I think if my wasn't there. Oh yeah, we want to know. All right, so Ryan is here. Ryan, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. I just saw you put a little surface on your at least Black Widow pink and maybe your Black Hammer. Is that fair?
Yeah, I put on both.
All right. I'm curious why. What's your thought process for that with no re-oil?
I should be getting practice on one of the pairs.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be able to see kind of where the lanes are somewhat playing.
Okay.
And I started the ball. I just put 2,000 on both of those. I didn't go to 1,000 or 500, just enough to take off some of this oil that's on there. And then as I'm practicing, I can kind of adjust the grit down. Like, do I need more? Do I just need to let it shine back up? I didn't want to go to a 500 immediately on these because I don't know what to expect.
Right.
And my finger's really killing me, so I can't like hit the ball hard like I like to do. It's very uncomfortable right now.
He did tape up the finger as
Gotcha.
well.
In 15th place, we have Raymond In 14th place, we have Anthony
I
Strickland.
think that's going to help me with my speed.
In 13th, we
I don't
have
have nearly as solid with my speed.
In 12th, we have Josué
Okay. I like that. So he was taking into account
11th, we have Juan Fez.
his warm-up time.
We have Eddie Joe.
So as he's warming up
Which
and
is very
throwing those
smart.
bowling balls,
Yes.
he resurfaces them because they're obviously going to he's going to be practicing more shots. So he's going to have more shots before he actually gets to his match. All right, I like that.
I like that mentality. I like that idea.
That was very smart.
Very smart.
Moving on to our step ladder final are Brian Van Sickle, Kyle Ponzo, Ryan Powers, Brett Wolf, and Mason Edmondson.
We got to get Ian on some stuff. You saw how he changed his voice a little bit
For Ponzo's name too, or just in
Yeah.
general? He really pronounces it really good. I think he likes saying Ponzo's name. Looks like he tries to go to like a little Italian accent when he's
That was
announcing
kinda
Kyle's
cool.
name.
I liked
yeah.
it. I was with it.
We will begin our championship step ladder round just shortly on lanes 5 and 6. Our first match will be between Brian Van Sickle and Kyle Ponzo.
All right, folks. So it is official. Mason Edmondson, Brett Wolf, Ryan Powers, Kyle Ponzo, as Ian would say,
Ponzo.
and Brian Van Sickle. It'll be Ponzo versus Van Sickle in the opening match on 5 and 6. With that, I'm going to shut this stream down and move over to the step ladder stream. Again, click the link in the that is pinned there at the top of the chat, and we're going there right now. And we'll have probably just a little message that will say, obviously, step ladder to begin shortly. It doesn't look like there's much that is going to delay them from doing that. So I do want to thank Sean Truskowski, who joined me today, and certainly Dante Uribarri. He will be back with me in a moment. Thanks to all of you for watching throughout the day, especially those who stayed the entire day.
The entire day.
Even if you just had it on in the background, I appreciate that. With that said, again, click the stepladder link. We're going over there right now. Thanks to all of the staff here at Oasis, and certainly the tournament staff, led by, of course, Daniel Uribarri, Virginia, Ian, and everybody else in between. Again, don't go anywhere. Meet us over at the stepladder pair or the stepladder link, and I'll see you there in just a few seconds. This has been Match Play on the 7th Annual Oasis Scratch Invitational. You watch that live and only on Bowl Stream TV. Stepladder is next.